Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the virtual Belcar eSeries and the wonderful Circuit de la Sarthe, the Circuit 24 Heures du Mans, if you say it with a very bad French accent like I do. My name is Chaz Draycott, and alongside me in the booth again is the wonderful Hasse Rømer to, well, I'm sure have a great 3 hours of racing this evening, Hasse.
I would be surprised if we don't have a great 3 hours of racing, Chaz. It has been so great every time we've been here for the virtual Belcar eSeries. So this very special track, we had the virtual real-life 24 hours of Le Mans happening, well, from yesterday to today overnight. I think we're all pretty hyped on this 3 hour race, 4 classes, and this is one of the big things for me at least. I'm so interested to see how are the dynamics going to be between the different classes here today, because it's not exactly what we're used to seeing here at Le Mans, Chess.
No, that's it. It's going to be a bit of an interesting one because, like you say, it's not the sort of usual racing you'd expect with some of these cars. We'd usually having crazy fast LMP cars, GT cars fly around here as well. Now we have radicals and TCR cars and GT4 machinery. It's going to be a very, very interesting one to watch. We'll have a quick look at some of the guys out on track then at the moment, or we'll look at Cone Klopman in the pit lane. We do have a little bit of a treat for you guys as well. Boudouin Kuster, top of the Porsches. What more would you expect? What more would you expect? Just a quick one as well, by the way, everyone. On the left-hand side of the screen, we do now have the team names that we can put up for you, just so you guys can see who is where, as well as the car numbers as well. Pro Assist Sim Racing there being the odd one out with a bright green number, and I have no idea why. So we're going to try and sort that out. But yeah, another brilliant event before us here, and I really, really cannot wait for to get this one. It's Marvin Julian Amantz as well, a big fan of the streams and a big fan of our commentary in the 13G drive car. But it is this little machine, Ruben van Buell, in the number 23 Pro Assist Sim Racing car at the moment, and they're a team that's had a bit of a rough start to the season, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is, and I think that goes for quite a number of the contestants that we have so far, and the teams. It's been some hectic races, both at Spa and at Sarthe, and I'm expecting it to be a little less frantic today. Though that said, with the dynamics that we mentioned just a few minutes ago, different dynamics that people will maybe be used to here. Less overspeed for the radicals. I'm expecting them to have to be more sendy than the regular prototypes around Le Mans here. So I think a lot of the teams would have their hopes up high in terms of not having as much drama as in the other 2 races we've had so far, but never no guarantees, are there?
Oh, definitely not. I like the I like that send is now a verb as well. It's like they're going to be a bit more sendy, or is it an adjective? Maybe an adjective in that case. I need to really work on my English. A lot of good guys out there at the moment. We have TCRs again, as always. G-Drive Racing, Exemia, TCR with Bram Van Putten. Attila Sipos just going past down the straight, very convenient in the Simtag racing car. These guys had quite a lively time at Zolder. A lot of these teams did. Keanu Bourguignon in the Flemish SimSports TCR car. Again, a beautiful livery. No spec map on that one at the moment, but we know that the spec maps do tend to bob in and out as the broadcast goes on. But Le Mans, what an amazing, amazing thing. It's such a great circuit to race around. So much attention around it these past few weeks. The Le Mans 24-hour virtual, which has been going on this last day or so that Hasse alluded to. and the iRacing 24 Hours of Le Mans, or apparently, as we're meant to be calling it, a 24-hour race in the French countryside in a completely undisclosed location if you're part of the ACO. Dependent on whether we do go for the full name or not is up to us, really, if I'm honest, because it is in Le Mans and it's a 24-hour race. I mean, just to go a little bit political on stream for a second on your Hasse, what do you make of that whole sort of situation?
Can they really claim ownership of a piece of land on the map and the name of it? I mean, we do have the license for the track, we do have the cars, the classes, all that stuff, so let's just have the race and call it what we all would call it regularly. I think it's, you know, that's like having to say Lego on the BBC nowadays. It's cubic interconnecting play. I don't know what they've called it. That's a long one indeed. So, yeah, I think that sums up pretty well my opinions on that as well.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you, mate. It's it's certainly one that I'm sure will generate a lot of chat as things go on. Just watching some of the Porsches fly down this straight now. They are really hauling down there. And a lot of the speeds that we're going to see here today are going to be rather extreme. I mean, these guys, when it comes to the setup, they're really going to have to have thought about top-end stuff, aren't they, down here?
This is a track that, like no other track in the world, lends itself to pure top speed. Though that said, corner exits are really the big deal in the end at Le Mans, and I feel like often that's the delicate balance that you need to hit here, is to have a car that's stable enough to survive. Of course, it's no use going for the lowest possible downforce setting if you're going to crash in turn 1 as a result of it. So it's as anywhere, but here I think it's definitely a really difficult and a delicate balance to get that compromise of setup right.
Yeah, you have to make sure that the car isn't too loose throughout a lot of the sections, because it can very easily get away from you around here. And I think we're going to see a lot of that from the guys as well. Now, with the straights, of course, you do want that straight line speed. Some of it, people have found, can be to do with the downforce, and others obviously try and get it through the gearing. It can go one way or the other. So I'm intrigued to see what they make of it and how the mind games come into play. I mean, we just did a broadcast not too long ago in regards to the Porsche Club GB Simracing series, and we're at Monza, where again it comes into a lot of mind games, doesn't it, with tracks like that, where you have to completely think about every single little move that you're going to make and where you're going to make it, and it's not as straightforward as just crack on and, you know, just send it everywhere, because you have to think about also the guys trying to take your slipstream once you got past them, don't you?
Yeah, very much so, and I think this place has its own set of rules, you could say, in terms of where it's actually best to be. And often if you're behind someone who's at least at your own pace, and it's even better if he's just that little bit faster, because you need quite a bit of pace differential to actually be able to break a gap. There's a little bit of cycling vibes over it. Like it's a big advantage being on the wheel of someone, on the tail of someone in the slipstream. Of course, you're going to be able to save fuel, and if you're really lucky, might even save you a pit stop. And of course, over a race like this, 3 hours, this is not what we're really expecting to see. At least this isn't what I'm expecting to see. But when we're talking 24 hours here, that thing can really become substantial in the end. There is also another thing that's worth mentioning in the whole fuel saving game, is that a lot of time can be gained on the pit stops themselves. If you spend an entire stint behind someone, you're going to be doing considerably less time refueling in the pits. So there's a lot of reasons actually to stay behind the car in front, and as you mentioned, Chaz, mind games it's something different here, and it also requires a different mentality from the drivers, because they have to get in tune with, well, it's okay to just lift off behind this guy. It's okay to stay here for 10, 12, even more laps than that for an entire stint. So I think it's going to be interesting to see the tactics of the different teams. Somebody's going to try to play the rabbit tactic and get away early days, or as we have, that's Elon Bucko, who's met the inside wall there of Tete Rouge in a rather dramatic fashion and resets back to the pits here. Just a quick mention, Chaz, now 12 minutes of qualifying remaining. So it's coming into last chance moments as well for different teams now.
Yeah, crunch time. Crunch time is upon us. We'll show you the gaps as well on the left-hand side, everybody, just so you can see the differences. I know it does take up a lot of the screen. However, if you want info, we got info. Let me just give you, we'll break it down by classes, shall we, for you. So this is the Porsche Cup class that we're looking at the moment. Don't forget, everybody, at the top of your screen, you will see the different classes that we have here. So Bingo by SimTag EMG. It was previously EMG Motorsports, I believe. They've been really dominant this season so far. And once again, we can see great stuff from Boudrin Kuster. That Porsche car really does fly down these straights. He's got Jarno de Houw just in second place, although apparently coming up differently on the overlay. Another thing I have to sort. Well done, Chaz. He has also got Elon Bockhawk, who we just saw then, is having a bit of a tough time in this session. But to be honest, it's not the easiest of tracks to string a lap together around here, is it?
No, it really isn't. It's a long place. It kind of has that kind of Nürburgring-esque feel to it, where of course it's not as extreme. You don't see as many corners or so, but it's also a thing that's rather unique to Le Mans, actually, at least in my mind, that these straights are so long that you can actually kind of lose concentration before you get to the next corner, and your mind starts to wander off, and what am I having for dinner tonight, and and all these sorts of things, and all of a sudden, you found yourself missing the braking market by 10-15 meters, and you're going to be a lot of trouble, especially with these let's say more mechanical grip, less downforce oriented cars that we're running here today.
Yeah, for sure. It's not straightforward by any stretch of the imagination. Here is Fabrice Cornelis, top of the Radical class at the moment, 1.4 seconds clear as well from Rudolf Nagel in the SimRC Club Sport car. And then Erin Baba in, I think we have to agree, it's our favourite car on circuit, isn't it, Hasse? The Stasis car.
We do keep coming back to the Stasis car, the Stasis Radical. It's beautiful, like a Picasso, I have to say. I really love this one. It's and just to touch on Fabrice, I'm actually a bit in doubt, because if he's Wallonian and from the French-speaking part of Belgium, I would expect it to be Fabrice Cornelis. That's a French name. But of course, if he's Flemish, which I don't know, I'm not assuming anything, it is indeed Fabrice Cornelis. Anyway, touching on Fabrice, he was actually taking part in the virtual Le Mans alongside, well, I hardly even have to mention any names, because I think all of our viewers will be well familiar with who actually took part in that event. So it just goes to show and goes to tell a bit about just how high the level of the drivers that we have on field here for the virtual Belcar eSeries is. Oh
yeah, it certainly nails it home. And just looking back in terms of the GT4 cars, Tim Clayson's is not on track at the moment. The Talk Freak Racing GT4 by Carrot somehow just doesn't quite fit on our overlay. I wonder why. They are top at the moment. Heli ABK Racing are third. And then Scuderia Sim Racing 014 had a nightmare start at Spa-Francorchamps, obviously getting caught up in that incident when everyone tried to get the very most out of the start of the race. But they've actually turned this around quite a lot as for the start of this season, as my foam-proof... Sorry, some of my soundproof foam has just fallen on my head. And it's just in front of me. It's just popped off the wall. It's decided it doesn't want to stick to the wall anymore. It's just popped off, bounced off the screen, and hit me in the face. So sorry about that, anyone. It's a good thing it's foam. But yeah, this Scuderia Sim Racing team have had a great sort of turnaround. Jeroen Vatlet, especially, and the bright yellow car certainly does stand out, doesn't it, Hasse? It looks great.
It really does, and it's not the only one, I think, and this is something we've come back to on multiple occasions as well, but the livery game is very, very strong with each and every competing team in around here. You can really see and feel that a lot of time and effort has gone into the visual side of the cars, and of course, for us as commentators, it's something that we spent quite a lot of time looking at these cars, so of course, when something looks good, pleasing to the eyes, gotta love it.
Oh, definitely, and you can't tell that I've just realised I need to refresh the liveries as well on the stream, can you? Ben Thayens, speaking of refreshing liveries, that car seems to not have the right livery on at the moment. I'm sure it will refresh in time. Sometimes for anyone that doesn't know, iRacing does do this, where if you have a lot of liveries, there it is, boom. Sometimes if you have a lot of liveries that are being sort of loaded into iRacing, I've noticed it a couple of times, it will sort of it's almost as if in the meantime it sort of moves them around out of the way a little bit, and it puts other liveries on other cars to sort of say like, oh, here you go, you just hold on to this one for us for a minute while we put this on the right car. And it can be very confusing and it makes people think it's wrong, but there you go. Ben Thayens, G-Drive Racing Eximia TCR, fastest in their class at the moment. Attila Sipos in the Simtag Racing car, which yet hasn't loaded its livery, just going up through turn 1. And Hendrik de Grave is third, and that Flemish Sim Sports car has its spec map on. What a pretty pig that is.
Yeah, that Bordeaux gold kind of metallic stuff, that's really a pretty combination. It goes in as kind of a play on the Belgium tricolor itself, but it with a touch to it, you could say, and it's kind of like going to a fancy restaurant, having an old favorite, but with a modern, expert cuisine touch, like gourmet. That was the word I was looking for. Nice. But yeah, indeed, coming back to what I was actually going to say, very good looking at.
Yeah, big fan of that. And as we know in motorsport, people do say if it goes good, it looks good, or if the other way around, if it looks good, it goes good. I use the 1997 Minardi in Formula 1 as an argument against that, because I think that's one of the prettiest Formula 1 cars ever, and it was absolutely rubbish. So I think that's not really the rule, but hopefully in this case it is for Flemish Sim Sports, because I've seen them in a couple of different series and they've done a smashing job. Looks like, Scuderia Sim Racing have just gone top in the Porsche GT4s, just under a tenth of a second as well. Not even half
just
a tenth of a second.
300ths of a second, Chaz. And here at a track that's almost 14 kilometers in length, that's pretty marginal.
Yeah, and to be fair, I think just to rub it in as well, it's 31 thousandths ahead of the number 31 car as well. So it's as if they've gone, all right, watch this, and then boom, in goes the lap, and then it's like,
hold my beer.
Yeah, hold my beer. Yeah, your racing number, boys. Yeah, here you go. Watch this. So Tim Clayson's is out on track at the moment then in that 31 Torque Freak Racing GT4 car, another very pretty machine. And these guys have been almost unstoppable so far in the GT4 field, but looks like at the moment they've met their match a little bit around here. But as we were saying, it's a long lap. It's hard to get one together, so we may see a change here. We'll go on board again into the GT4. And I'll tell you one thing, everybody. These cars don't look like they're as fast from the outside. And we know, obviously, they might not keep up with the Radicals or the Porsche Cup cars, but they are still quite a handful, aren't they, Hasse?
They really are. I think one thing that's worth mentioning is that they had a major overhaul with the latest update of the game that supposedly has made them a little more forgiving to drive. I haven't really had the time because of the 24 hours of Le Mans and the practice going into that, so I haven't really gotten acquainted with the differences between the old physics of the car and the new adjusted one. But looking at Tim Clayson's inside, it does look quite a bit more smooth than we've seen. This car has a reputation for being a little bit nervous and kind of like you don't want the rear to start going, because when it goes, there's every chance that it's not going to stop going at all. So that's not the vibe I'm getting from looking at Tim going around here. And if that's the case, I think a lot of Cayman drivers are going to be well pleased with that indeed.
Yeah, it's. I was told that it's a very strange car to drive at first. Apparently the front feels very heavy on cold tyres, which isn't really what you expect from a Porsche. Having all the weight at the rear, obviously, and that big wing as well to give it the downforce. I think that wing as well, just on that note, it really does complete the shape of the Cayman. It looks absolutely fantastic with that wing on there. So much nicer than just the flat rear end that you often get on the standard versions, in my opinion. We're just going to have a quick look back because Simtag Racing are still top, and Cone Klopman is out in there at the moment. He's known on YouTube by a lot of you as Afterburner. I've been a fan of Cone's for a while, and then when I saw him hop in at Zolder last time round, I was a very happy bunny. I did fangirl massively, and he's currently on pole position with his teammate Fabrice Cornelis, or Fabri Corneli, as you want to say it. Rudolf Nagel second at the moment, and Johan Sarzinski in brilliant Dillahay Racing Team by TX3 has adopted a McDonald's livery for their car this week. I'm not sure if that is something to do with the McDonald's car that we saw in the TCR class a few weeks ago, but
I was just about to mention that.
we saw that they were not loving it, as we said on the stream at Spa. But they've still got the sponsors and everything on it. So whether they're just whether their local Mackey's hasn't opened due to lockdown or not, I'm not sure whether they've just gone slightly mad about it. But I'm a fan of that, big fan of that. It's big bold colours which usually shouldn't go together. So we'll focus on that a little bit later on. Jarno de Houw, second in the JJ Motorsport car in the Porsche class at the moment, and again, looking and sounding very beautiful as they fly through the French countryside. I do apologise, everybody, if the stream does hop in and out a little bit in terms of being jumpy in the footage. There's been a bit of an issue with my CPU of late, and I just happened to come across the issue before during another broadcast, so we've not had complete time to figure it out yet, but it seems nice and smooth at this end, doesn't it?
I think it's good. I'm watching it on another device on the side, and it seems to me that it's running smoothly.
Well, we'll carry on. G-Drive. Talk to me about G-Drive here, Hasse, because they've had a mixed start to the season, and especially the number 15 machine, teammate of this one, has had a very up and down start to the championship with issues not always caused by themselves, but they've had incidents aplenty and recovery drives aplenty as well to go with it, haven't they?
They really have. It's been a bit. I was about to say it's been a bit magnetic for them. Just before realizing that wouldn't it really make sense to just put in on its own. But I want to explain it in another way. It's been as if the car has been a bit magnetic. Magnetic to trouble, you could say. It's been because it's completely true what you mentioned, Chaz. It hasn't really been their own fault, a lot of it, unless it's your own fault being at the wrong place at the wrong time. And that's going to be a longer philosophical discussion that I'm not really prepared to go into right now. Mentioning it on G-Drive generally, though, I think they have been here, there, and everywhere as well. And they have very much shown that across the board, across all classes they're participating in, all this stuff, the level of the drivers are really high. I think it has just here in the virtual Belcar eSeries, it's been a question of bad luck. And speaking of bad luck, Elam Bokor loses it again here as we've had the checkered flag drop for qualifying as well.
Yep, the cars are just completing their laps now. Then this is Rudolf Nagel flinging that radical through the final chicanes, taking plenty of curb with it. I think Elam's just overdone it on the exit of the chicane. Let's see if Rudolf can improve on his time. Does he? No, he does not. No improvement there by him, unfortunately. Who else is finishing a lap? Matthijs de Tiege. No, he is not completing that one. They don't want to finish laps. Here's Bart Chevalier in the black Next Level Racing NL car. Just seeing if anybody else is closer to the end of a lap. It looks like no. He is going to be the next one to cross the line. We'll give you the track map as well, everybody, just so you can see. There is the current spread. So we've got quite a lot of cars still on laps. Pole position in... Oh, actually, and Bart has pulled it over, unfortunately. The 111 car is not going to be completing its lap. So Hendrik de Grave is next up in the Flemish Simsports TCR car. Thomas Smets has said that Fabrice is Flemish, so we don't have to worry about the pronunciation of that. He's actually, Fabrice himself has said from one Le Mans to the other, yes. He's just said the only bad bit is the braking points are different, and this one doesn't hit 330. Thomas Smets, we're not going to go into this, by the way. This is the only comment we're going to make on this. He says, but hey, better servers.
I have to be honest with you. I'm just gonna come, even though we just said we're not gonna. I'm just gonna anyways. But I couldn't stop myself from thinking that the couple of long red flag safety car periods they had for the race yesterday, that would that have happened in iRacing? I'm not really sure about it. I really am not really sure about it, but hey, let's leave that there. It's been a great event, and indeed, congratulations for a great drive there, Fabrice. It was really nice to watch. I was cheering for you all the way along. So great to feel like you know someone taking part. Not that I feel so peasant-side, like I'm such a peasant, but you know besties.
What I mean. David Barraclough has just brought our attention, or my attention at least, to this while you fangirl over Fabrice Cornelis. It's 0.004 of a second different around Le Mans in GT4 cars difference between poles. That is
so Talk Freak improved, but they didn't improve by more than 27 hundredths of a second. They thought like, oh, those 31 hundredths of a second, that gap is far too big. We need to do something to make that smaller while still not getting in front.
Exactly.
It could have gotten closer, but it's... It's not Jerez 97, but we're getting there.
Yeah, it's that legendary moment. Oh, Matthias Mars has just gone very wide there, and that probably be a slowdown, if anything, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I was just about to say those very same words. I think he's going to break into the pits. While Steve Clays comes around that very same corner pretty sideways there. I think he's had a biff, though. That car does not look too good to me.
Whether it's an improvement or not, we'll have to see. He's still going around the chicanes. He's thinking, stuff it, it's track experience. Doesn't look like it's handling at its best, though, but to be honest, when do these Porsches, they are little pigs, to be fair. He crosses the line. Does he improve? No, didn't count, but he still gets an extra lap in. Stage 1 racing Belcar, that was an outlap for them, so that isn't going to count either. And then Cone Klopman, current pole sitters. Oh, that's, well, the word you use is biff. I think that's had a bash, to be honest, never mind a biff. That's a very NASCAR spec rear wing they've got there, isn't it?
Yeah, it seems like it's designed to go one way rather than the other there.
Here's our pole sitter in GT4 at the moment, by the way. Let's see whether they can improve. Looks like their car number's massive if you look at the overlay on the left-hand side, just before we do that. It's like it's number 0144164464. Across the line goes your own Vatlet then. And is it an improvement? Is it an improvement? Just behind him there as well is the Team JMHM Menton car, number 29. They do not improve either. So it looks like, everybody, that is going to be the end of the session. Is there anybody else going around? Steve Clays is still on track. Oh, he's pulling over into a service road there because he's thinking there's a KFC partway down that straight, so he's probably just pulled over there for some beautifully secretly spiced chicken. Cone Klopman, though, and again, Simtag Racing here, Hasse, another pole position to add to their tally this season. It's been epic to see, hasn't it?
It really has. It really has. They've been on a level that's just been that tad above everyone else in the Radicals. And see, now we know why they're that bit better, as well as we see what kind of competition level they're actually on. Also, just to maybe say to the other teams that it's not because you're bad, it's just Simtag that are really, really good lead.
Yeah, they've just been flying, really, really flying. And I think that they're going to continue that for the season. Just watching this Radical scream its way down the straight, and it spits fire at the chicanes, and the direction change is really quite frightening in that car. I mean, they just stick to the road like, well,
it's like nothing I've ever seen before. It doesn't look like any car you're used to seeing at Le Mans. It doesn't look like an LMP2 entering the corners. It doesn't even look like an LMP1. It looks kind of faster because it's so loud. I don't know if it necessarily is faster, but yeah.
It's just so full on, aren't they? We have the grid then. Cone Klopman, pole position, Simtag Racing. Sim RC Club Sport have Rudolf Nagel alongside. Then Erin Barber starts the Stasis car alongside the Dillahay Racing team by TX3, making up row 2. Then Matthias Mas and Yannick Lemons make up row 3, with Dries Mujdi and Jelle Verstraeten in the Navaflex E-Racing by GHK Racing car. Love that team name. And then Steph Delnews, the other GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing car, rounds out your Radical field. And then we have El Porcherinos.
We certainly do the Cup cars, and I just lost the top of it there, I think. Budemein Kuster, of course, on pole position in the 63 machine, not the first time they've been up there. And then JJ Motorsport in second place there. Elam Bocker for Allied Racing Esports Belcar, a second down. Third with fourth is Dirk Scout in the BMS Motorsport GT3 Cup car. Steve Clays, the aforementioned number 13 G-Drive machine, in fifth with Raptation, someone we know pretty well as well. In sixth place, it's Dries Rohart in seventh for Vapor Shop RDR. Renzo Eulenbroek for Redant, also someone who's gotten quite a bit of speech time, I want to say there. Justin Nyanine, Matthias De Teach for Process Sim Racing 10th. We've got David Suffeliers in 11th place for Sky Limit Race Team. Jeremy Hessels for Dynamics Racing Blue in 12th, and Sebastian Morel in 13th place in the Cup cars.
And then moving on to the GT4s, we have an 8-car field, as you see there. That's nicely placed. Jeroen Vatlet takes pole position for Scuderia Sim Racing with Tim Claysons alongside. Anthony Beekman and Laurent Kiersmakers is in 4th place. Then it's Mats Breckpot and Diego Hames. Paul Geiris and Bart Chevalier make up the back row of that grid.
And on to the TCRs, it's Ben Thanes for G-Drive on pole with Janos Sino for Simtech in second place. And that's the front row, of course, with Hendrik de Grabe for Flemish Sim Sports and the beautiful machine there in third. Sven Kalpert in fourth. Oliver Bultink in fifth place for BMS, of course it is. Sam Puttevils in sixth place with Mitchell van Singel in seventh for Pro Oils Motorsports. And if I'm not very much mistaken, is that the McDonald's machine? I don't remember. And then finally, it's Bart Lievens rounding off the TCRs in eighth for BMS as well.
Right then, everybody. It is time to get going here at Le Mans. And don't forget, as you will probably know, if you have raced at Le Mans any time on iRacing before, we're about to get a very loud fly past from the virtual Partout de France, the French aerobatic squadron and aerobatic display team. And I know that the volume of this can be very, very loud in iRacing, and I've not witnessed it yet with the new X Audio 2 update. So I'm expecting big things from this. I've seen some brilliant uses of it in some videos as well recently. These radicals are noisy little beasts. They're just razzing their way round the Porsche curves. We'll get rid of the gap on the left-hand side for you so we don't take up too much of the screen. We will start to show them just class by class as the race goes on, everybody. You can hear the Partout de France. Some nice crunches there, some beautiful jet noise. It sounds absolutely mega. And I can tell you that the Alpha Jet in real life that they use isn't as loud as that, so don't worry. However, it doesn't matter how loud the jets are or how they look or what it's using, because we are going to have ourselves a 3-hour race. There you go, there's some proper jet noise, listen to that. The Porsche dives out of the way almost as if he's forgotten to turn in and he's got something in the oven. Simtag Racing crack on then, and side by side, Sim-RC Club for Rudolf Nagel does not let him get away with that. He's really, really gone for it there, and side by side up to turn one. In the Porsches, Boudewijn Kuster still leading that class. He's got Jarno de Houw just behind him, Michael Pedersen, and then Dirk Schouten in fourth. Jeroen Vatlet leads the GT4 Porsches, just like a hive of angry bees flying down the street there. Jeroen Vatlet in the very suitably coloured car as well. Oh, there's cars off. Hendrik de Per is off, and that is the number 65. That is going to be Sebastian Morel. He's off as well. Let's have a look how the TCRs get through. Bram van Putten.
Only cup cars. I think there are more people off as well. I can see Renzo Erlenbrook, I think, has been involved as well with this one.
Yeah, the red ant car. He's had an issue. They've had such a tough season. But Erin Baba leads the race, Hasse.
Stasis, what a brilliant start. They must have had a brilliant run up through the first section. Now it's going to be a lot of defending there. But wait a minute, Simtag Racing down in 9th place now with Koen Klopman behind the wheel.
Yeah, something has gone aput there. Let's have a quick look whether we can see it. Into the lead, though, goes the Dillahay Racing Team. That's Ugo de Wilde. And he now takes the lead back. But this is the thing in these little radicals. Oh, it's in the background. That's Dries Mousdy. Dries Mousdy off the circuit. And I tell you what, I'm really sorry, everybody. I'm going to have to turn this down because these radicals and everything screaming through. So loud. Can't hear myself think, honestly. But Dries Mousdy's off as well. So we're going to have a quick look at what happened with him there. That was not an ideal start to the race, but it's a long race. It can all happen. I just want to try and find Erin Baba going for the lead then. Oh, it was turn one. There was an issue between these guys at turn one then. So if we go back to this, let's just have a quick look back into turn one just ahead. There was already contact. I don't know whether he's lost it on his own. Let's just go back to that again. Just bear with me one sec. Oh wow, Koen loses it on his own, and then is he just going to... Oh no, the 3 goes wide as well. It's just a completely their own incident. So a spin and he's around, and look at the Porsche swarming them now.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane. This is an insane position to be in. I'm thinking, are the Porsche Cup cars actually a little bit faster on the top speed than the radicals? I don't think they are, but it's not going to be too far between them there.
Oh,
and 10 out of 10 style Koen Klopman as the 13 G-Drive Porsche spins on exit of the Mulsanne corner.
Oh, nightmare.
That's not an optimal first lap. And that, I want to say again, the unlucky number 13 for G-Drive there.
Yeah, more issues for those guys. And I tell you what, It's just going to be another recovery drive. Erin Barber retakes the lead of this race, and this radical battle, I mean, we've seen that these guys do not let off at all season when it comes to the first sort of half hour of these races. And I mean, once again, we've just got fantastic racing. It's like it's a 5-minute sprint race, 2x2 into the Porsche curves. Close your eyes. Can I open them yet? Oh, around the outside! Oh, the Dillahay Racing team. I tell you what, they're only little, these radicals. I don't know how Ugo de Wilde fits his man fruits in that car if they're that big. Wow. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely. Just commitment. Amazing commitment.
Chaz, I gotta say, I had my fingers crossed. I was literally holding my breath as they were coming into the Porsche curves there, because it just looked like it was gonna be a tight one. And Ugo de Wilde had none of it. He says, "I'm going for first," without any finger flipping on anything. And he went for it. He took the first place right back from the beautiful Stasis car here. Been goal by Simtech ENG with Boudeman Kuster still ahead of affairs in the Cup car class, but they're not far ahead of Allied Racing Esports, who has been one of the closer chasers. I want to say that they've been at the front of affairs at each and every start of the races there. So question is here, they're going to be able to keep it at that level. That looks like a slowdown though for me.
Yeah.
Curse, an early slight weak curse, could you say. It's not a crash curse, but a slowdown curse. Though it's really costing Michael here. Michael Pedersen.
Now he's got G-Drive alongside there. That is the number 15 machine of Pim Bao. Pim has been a really interesting driver to watch this season. So quick, so consistent. So this battle may rage on. We have had Jordan Pierce says the Porsche Cup cars are about 15 kilometers faster in a straight line, maybe more than that. So when you're going down a straight as long as this, that can make all the difference here. It's just through the corners though. Those radicals will gradually get away. We've had Dries Mujdi in the pits. Janos Scheiner also has had an issue at some point on that first lap. Oh, Dries Mujdi has had another couple of issues. Marvin Amance, let's have a look at what happened to Marvin then. Into the Mulsanne corner. Oh, is it going to be gravel? Yeah, just catches the gravel car, gets out of shape. That's quite a hefty hit into the wall as well. I'd be surprised if that car hasn't been in the pits, but it hasn't, and he's continued actually. So unlucky 13 again, as these radicals are just lighting the timing screen on fire. It's amazing.
This is the battle between, is that Traxxas by JD and the Fast Racing team, the battle for 5th place at the moment? Or is it the battle for, well, that is JD now chasing the Fast Racing team. They're very close still, the top boys here in the radicals.
If anyone wants to know, by the way, just a little hint here, how loud iRacing is since this X-Audio update. I couldn't, well, my voice even can't hack it. I could barely hear you over that then, Hasse, as they went past. And I have iRacing on 5 volume in my volume mixer. It is that noisy, so hopefully you can all hear me still, because I don't really want to lose car noises, but this is just crazy loud. And we've got another battle here in the Porsches, and then I believe in the GT4s we've actually got one of the Porsche Cup cars trying to come through as well. But it's Torque Freak Racing that have the initiative off the start of this race here, so they have got the lead and are trying to break away with it.
That's been a strong one, because they actually lost a multitude of positions there in the start. I saw them down in 4th place after a couple of corners that they went down towards Tete Rouge. So getting back on top is Torque Freak and getting into a position where we've seen him do great damage, not physical damage, but say morale damage to the opposition just by putting in a pace that nobody else really has been able to match.
Yeah, and they're going to try and do that here. Of course, the GT4 cars will rely on slipstream quite a lot. They're not the fastest things in a straight line. Obviously, we're going to see that from the Cup cars today. You can see just in the background as well, I believe Hendrik de Perez trying to come through here as well. Look at Sebastian Morel get away from that GT4 car behind. Look at this view. Flying away from it as if it's not even there. I mean, it's not quite on the same par with the LMP1 cars that we saw in the Porsche Sport events previously, but wow, the speed difference is strong. I'm hoping that these guys can recover properly, though, through the field, because it's going to be a tough one around here. You want to just really hope that you get the traffic on the straights, don't you, really, rather than in the twisty sections or into the Porsche curves, for example.
Yeah, and especially for the Cup cars, because they really don't have a lot more grip or cornering speed than, say, the GT4s or the TCRs. It's just a matter of braking a lot more into the corners, coming from bigger speeds. So that's all the more true for that class of cars here, watching Bram van Putten in the number 17 G-Drive machine it is. And at the head of the TCR class at the moment, and it's looking very, very relaxed. I must say, compared to, that's Sebastian Morel again.
Yeah, that's Porsche Curves, isn't it? That's on the way in, and it seems like, if you look at the skid marks there, it seems like quite a tight spin, and he's put it back to the pit lane as well. That must have been serious. I'm thinking, does he get... Oh, no, he doesn't. Oh, he's just lost it a long way on the way in, and then suddenly it's going to cut... Yeah, it just digs in and just pushes the car forward into the wall. And I think they've probably just pulled him out the car to maybe change it over, and maybe a bit frustrated by what's happened. It's very easy to lose your head in these scenarios, and I mean, I hope none of these guys lose their heads, but sometimes it is better to just make the switch, just sort of admit defeat a little bit, and just go away and compose yourself, and then come back and put in a stronger stint later, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and if the car's damaged enough, it's also pointless to keep on running here if you're hurting too much on the top speed, which is always going to be the most important part, and that aero damage really seems to hurt here as the Stasis car is going for the lead yet again, and Delahaye, I don't think is going to be fighting it, but here comes SimRC, clutch spot on the inside, it's going to go 3-wide into the second chicane. Oh my word.
Beautiful.
And they're going to take the position, and beautiful indeed, Chaz.
That was just gorgeous, that's how you do it. That was almost Hakkinen, Zonta and Schumacher-esque, that was brilliant to see. And again though, I think that this slipstream is going to mean that we have even closer battling between these radicals all the way through this race. If these guys can stay within a second of each other, they're not going to spread out anywhere near as much as they have at previous tracks. And again, the Stasis car takes the lead down the inside into Mulsanne. Then you've got the Delahaye car down the inside as well, who go to Wilder on the brakes in the 42. And coming into this battle as well, that's the Naviflex E-Racing by GHK Racing. That's Alex Cascatau. He's gained 4 places so far in this and is the biggest mover in class. So it just shows that it doesn't really matter where you start around here in your class. As long as you can crack on and try and gain the positions, you'll do fine. Steph Del News is just here in the background in the other GHK Racing car. Struggling to keep up with them a little bit here. But the one that surprises me is that the Simtag car hasn't quite got to the lead yet as it's kicking off in front again.
Aaron Baba yet again going for it, and here on the outside it is Cascatau in the Naviflex E-Racing by GHK Racing car. And just as you said, there was a little bit of a surprise that we haven't seen Simtag, the number 2 machine of Koen Klopmans and Fabrice Cornelis, get on past the field yet. I want to say it's, I think it's enough for them to be where they are at the moment, because they've been gaining on that pack in front, and they're very much now in contact, which you couldn't really say before. I think they've been just trying to get within the slipstream, because if you're not within the slipstream and there's an entire pack of cars in the front, it can be so hard to actually get within the toe on the straight lines there. So good stuff for Simtag in the number 2 car now, and they have a bit of work to do, but it's in a very good position to do.
Yeah, they've just got to work at it and see what they can do. In the Porsche class as well, behind Michael Pedersen, is Dirk Schouten and Jarno de Houw, and they are really, really cracking on with trying to chase him down. We'll go on board just for a moment with that beautiful, beautiful flat 6 sound of the Porsche Cup car. It's going to be, I'll tell you what, I think you'll probably end up with tinnitus by the end of a long race around here with the amount of straights that you've got that you're spending at the top of the rev range. But through the Porsche curves, in a Porsche, what more could you want other than probably to be ahead of these guys and making a move? But you can see there's different lines here. Some of the guys go wide into one corner to then take a tighter line into the next, and then the opposite as well. And it's very interesting to see. You want to be careful getting on the throttle and making any adjustments on the brakes, because around there in a car like this, especially with a setup that's probably as loose as this around here, it's easy to overdo it if you make any adjustments mid-corner, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And also, into the 4th chicanes here, I feel like it's a very, very risky place to try to make the overtakes, because narrows in the road. The racing line doesn't really allow for more than one car, and going too wide is going to cost you a lot of time here. So, while you're scouting here, he picks up the slowdown on the exit of said 4 chicanes. But a better tactic for me usually is trying to line it up here into the Dunlop chicane, because you get a lot better run. You have the right-hander where you can really set it up and then use the braking zone into the chicane for a much, much safer overtaking opportunity. Edge Esports here in 5th place, it's the Sky Limit as well. I've seen them on a multitude of cars here, battling it away with Diego Hames in the Flemish SimSports GT4, just as pretty as the TCR machine indeed.
Definitely.
Although I don't think I'm seeing that gold spec map as well as on the other one. So that just goes to show how the spec maps are still maybe not every time working perfectly, but when they are, it's pretty indeed.
It certainly is. I think it's something to do with driver swaps. I had an issue with it yesterday where I was broadcasting a friend's race in a VRS GT Endurance Series race, and when one driver got in, it changed over, and then all you had to do was literally just refresh it again, and for some reason it does come back on. I think it just doesn't refresh with the driver change, but yeah, that's yet to be seen. Bram van Putten, he's doing the usual, making it look very easy, nearly a 14-second lead in the TCR class at the moment. Absolutely flying. We've got some battling going on in the background, though. This is Tom van Put, who has got Janos Schijner just behind him, and Janos was at the back of this pack at the end of lap 1, so I reckon Janos could really take the fight to Bram van Putten if he can get through this traffic without any serious issue. Jarno de Houw has had an issue, though. I say the word issue, and Jarno de Houw has one that's on the brakes. Surely he's going to adjust it too much on the brakes here, or on the throttle, could it even be? Yeah, he's dropped it and around it goes. Does well to keep it out of a wall, but at the end of that straight, though, Hasse, that's going to really, really harm your lap time, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It really is, and that was from 3rd place in class, so that's going to be disappointing for JJ Motorsports. The 34 car is going to work hard now to try and get back in it. Although in the slipstream of the number 12 Vaporware shop, so it's not all bad for him. And something has happened here in the radicals.
Yeah, Rudolf.
Nagel. Oh, you just head straight on. That's at Anash. So easy to do, and he spins it as well.
Oh, no, no, no. That's an absolute disaster, because now he's lost the slipstream to the guys ahead as well.
Yeah.
And he is a long way down now. We've got this kicking off again as well, by the way. The Flemish car has now caught up with the Edge Esports car. And I think this is what we're going to get over the course of this race, you know. There's going to be so much going on in terms of the slipstream in that we're not going to get a break here, mate. We are going to have a break, by the way, everybody. At the hour and a half mark, we are going to have just a few minutes break for you. We are going to still keep the action on screen, though, don't you worry. There will just be no comms for that slight period of time, but we're only going to be a few minutes because, to be honest, with the amount of coffee that Hasse drinks, so he only needs about 14 seconds to get to the kitchen and back, and he's made one, so don't you worry about that. But this is the Flemish car, though, still trying to put on a fight here, and to be honest, these GT4 cars are they're gonna have the bungee cord effect, aren't they?
Yeah, they really are, and it's he's getting close, but not close enough here into Mulsanne corner. This might be a very nice run down towards Indy, though, as I think he's very much close enough that the slipstream in itself is going to be enough that Diego can get a move on. But the question is, does he want to? Because he could just be in the position where the Edge Esports cars might be just a little bit faster on their regular pace, and he knows that if he goes in front, not really going to be able to contribute with a lot. And as such, it seems like, for now at least, that he's still holding back. A lot of action also still happening at the head of affairs now. Simtag Racing is back up into 3rd place. That came like nothing. That's been in like half a lap. And so we all going 3-1.
You say the 3rd, but I'll tell you what, not by much, are they?
He's going for first. Oh, he's cutting the...
He's going for first, says Cone Klopman.
He certainly is going for first with flipping fingers and everything there. Cone Klopman or whoever will be a little bit of an argy-bargy there into the first Mulsanne chicane. I think Cone Klopman, he picked up a slowdown that's not going to help, or that's not going to penalize him too much because of the slow exit speed there. You can see that the 67, that's the Narveflex e-racing car's got a bit of a dent there at the left rear and a bit of a squirm coming into the second chicane. These 4 cars are so close, Chaz.
It's like being in the Red Arrows, being on board with Jon van den Akker there. That's absolutely amazing. Formation flying from these radicals as always. And it's beautiful to see. They're really not giving each other an inch, though. They're just so aggressive with it. And up at the front as well, Erin Baba, there are 2 radicals there, believe me. He's got the De La Haye racing car behind, and I tell you what, I'd love to see this Erin Baba and Stace's car to do well here because they've had a torrid season so far. But these guys 2x2 round Mulsanne. Oh, God, someone just needs to. They just need to chill out a little bit, don't they? They're absolutely on it.
And on a more serious note, I think they really do, because what's happening right now is that Stasis and Delahaye right now is being able to just fly away from them, and they're battling much too hard in behind with over 2.5 hours of racing left. I don't really see the reason. I think if I were driving one of those radicals, I'd be well happy just to sit back and let the others do the battling and pick up the dents and the aero damage. And where the tires as a Porsche 911 Cup car is off in the second part of Indy, and there are 4 or 5 radicals coming around to get around it there. As Naveflex now up into 3rd, Fast Racing 4th, Simtech is up into 5th there, and Traxxas by JV Services in 6th place. SimRC Club Sport, I think, as well in 7th. That's the number 3 car of Rudolf Nagel, who had a spin, is somehow already at the back of this train again. And that as well just goes to show how much time these drivers are losing when they're battling it out too wide through the Mulsanne's hairpin. That's no good at all. And Stasis Delahaye at the front of affairs right now, really the ones gaining from it.
Yeah, they really are. And if it opens that gap up, they'll be happy. I mean, even the fact that they're still battling as well, but they're gaining time on this group is such a big thing for them. And the pace of it, I mean, it's been amazing. You can see there the very high-res Fernando Alonso helmet that seems to have loaded in very poor quality at my end. I'm sorry about that, buddy. But Rudolf Nagel into the Ford chicane then. Such great direction change from these cars. And Boudouin Kuster, by the way, what more can you say, Hasse? This is what we're used to seeing with Boudouin Kuster. If there's ever a car around him on track, it's usually a car that he's lapping, isn't it? Because this EMG Simtag Bingol car has just been unstoppable in the Porsche Cup class this season.
Yeah, it's been the same story as the Simtech team, or Simtech teammates.
Was that a little plug there?
Yeah, exactly. That was a bit of my own team bias coming in there, but they've been as good, I want to say, as their teammates in the Radicals as well. They've been just, I want to say, head and shoulders beyond or above the rest of the class, but they have been very, very good. And while they've been on par with the best of the other Cup cars on speed, they've just had that extra level of consistency and coolness in traffic and all those things that you really need to succeed in endurance racing. So it's been brilliant to watch indeed.
Yeah, and I totally second what you say about the consistency. In these Porsche cars, it's so hard to keep it consistent. It's so easy to just push it that extra little bit every single lap, whether that be on the throttle or on the brakes. And to be honest, I think that a lot of the time it just comes down to the braking. I was saying before in the Porsche Club GB Sim Racing Series that these cars run such rearward brake bias because of having all the weight in the rear. You don't have to worry about the front moving around too much. As down the inside, Jarno de Houw very committed into the Dunlop chicane, and he gets it stopped. Beautiful move there to go past Matthias Titij. And to be honest, I was expecting Titij to fight that a bit more, but as we said before, mate, 20 minutes gone in this race, and it's 3 hours long, so you don't want to try it too hard. There is still a battle going on, by the way, in the TCRs, and hopefully we'll see some proper touring car racing from these guys here. Maybe not so much argy-bargy, but I reckon we'll see some good action here.
Yeah, for sure, and they're actually making it look very orderly at the moment here, like they might be aware that they're chasing someone else. I might be speaking too soon here as they're coming down towards the opening part of Indianapolis. That's the Pro Oils Motorsports car that's Graphite Racing, of course, the 71 machine in behind here in 3rd place. Is that the class leader now? No, that's not. So Jana Sinor for Simtech, 2nd in the TCRs. Then it's Bram van Putten, isn't it? No, it's Anton Dupin for Flemish C Sports, who's 3rd, and then Tom van Put in 4th place. And that's the battle we're watching at the moment here.
And to tell you what, that car certainly does look like it's made of graphite. It's a lovely matte black spec map on that machine. I'll put my microphone near my face so you can hear me. Just in front though, it's... Oh, look at the understeer of this Audi, and it's not the easiest of cars to get time out of because you can be so impatient getting on the throttle and trying to over-rotate it on the brakes. It has this real tendency to like completely four-wheel drift wide if you get a bit of understeer then oversteer. It's, yeah, I mean, you can see it here from around the Porsche curves. These guys They have to
that's
wrestle
going to be a slowdown.
Yeah, surely for the Simtag car, that is going to be a slowdown. The gap is coming down quite a lot. Not sure whether that's down to the slipstream. He is going slowly, and yep, you're right. So Janos, again, something else to just hinder that car slightly. They've had a tough start, and to be fair, to recover as quickly as they did and get back up to second place was brilliant, but Bram Van Putten, who we're going to look at here, 19 seconds down the road, and G-Drive showing them how it's done. Just have a quick look at the GT4 class, by the way. Tim Clayton's leading the way in that one. Jeroen Vatler is in the car. Just behind them there, the Scuderia Sim Racing 014 car. Pushing to go after him. You love the noise, don't you?
That is a Cayman. I'm sorry, Chaz, but I just want to say that's a Cayman on the limit. Jeroen Vatler there. That's very impressive to see. Seems like the Scuderia Sim Racing boys has really gotten it together for today. And they have found that little bit extra to be at the very front of the GT4 class here after, well, close to half an hour of racing. If you can be here now, if you can keep that sort of level up, you can very much be there at the end of the race as well. That's going to be an interesting one to follow.
Oh, definitely. And the thing is as well, I often find that in these sorts of classes you do get some closer racing because, well, the cars may be a bit slower in terms of pace and sort of how they react to direction change and any inputs. They can be more interesting to race because of the fact you get more time to think about it. You get more moments to really focus on what you're going to do. As down the inside, Sven Kalbert shows his nose once, twice, 3 times a lady. Doesn't quite go for it all the way. He's going to get the switchback though, but he wants the run on the exit. But to be honest with you, the BMS Motorsport 2 Belcar machine there just parked it exactly where he needed to. That's Bart Levens, and he probably thinks, yeah, he's a maniac, I'm going to let Sven go. And Sven goes through in the very pretty dynamic simulated red car, but I'm not sure whether Bart just had a bit of an issue there. The BMS Motorsports cars have both had a bit of a tough season so far. This is Olivier Bultink just in 37th overall. The GHK E-Racing Cup car is 38th, and I believe that is the last car in the field. Yeah, Sebastian Morel, who hasn't come back out on track, so I'm not sure what's gone on there. We've got a change here in the radicals. This is Jorn van den Akker. Hasse's going to give himself a hernia if he carries on watching. And Cascatau's in the lead. When did this happen? Honestly, everyone, I'm sorry.
They've caught up to Stasis and De La Haye is on the inside there. They're going to be 3 wide into Mulsanne. And we're not kidding about it. Oh, I think Alex Cascatau sort of backed out of that one. Oh. Aaron Baba there on the outside keeps it. These radicals. Just the racing has been amazing for every minute of every race we've had so far in this series, and I have to say, it's been the best, the most pleasant surprise in my career of commentating on iRacing to see just how the good this racing is with these radicals. And look at this, it's again.
No. 3 wide into Indy just doesn't work. I'll tell you what, I think we're both going to have a hernia by the end of this. This is absolutely amazing racing. And, I mean, we're going to keep telling you that. I mean, you can all see that. You don't need us to tell you it's amazing racing. But honestly, this, as Hasse says, it's such a lovely surprise because often in cars like this, they can't race as closely as others. But these guys showing us they must be such the class of the field in these radicals that they know exactly the dimensions of the car, how it handles. Bram Van Putten's going to be thinking, oh my God, what have I got myself into here? All these little radicals buzzing through. Cone Klopman down the inside the GHK racing car, nearly went through. And in the background, I just noticed as well, Steph Del News is way down the road, but Jorn van den Akker still can't get past Yannick Lemmens. And still, Rudolf Nagel tries to get past the absolute Goliath that is the Audi. Look at how easily that radical goes around it in the Porsche goes. That's silly. Oh, look at this as well. Yannick Lemmens. He's not hanging about. He's right up behind him now as well. We've got a little bit of a battle going on in the Porsches too, so we have to cut away from that. Honestly, none of these guys are going to get as much airtime if we carry on, but this is the JJ Motorsport car on the back of the G-Drive Racing Gixemia car, which, I'm going to say it, hasn't had an accident yet. So they're actually not having to put in a recovery drive this time, Hasse.
No, at least not yet. So let's just hope that we don't curse them or anything. Fingers crossed, and I'm spitting over my right shoulder. I'm knocking on some wood, and I'm hopefully not spotting any black cats because really trying not to be superstitious here about it. Here's JJ Motorsports looking to the inside and getting past back up into what is that 4th place now. Remember they had that spin at the exit of the first Mulsanne chicane, and now back up into 4th. They were 7th when that happened, so a really good fight back there from Jarno de Houw, and you don't get to sit 3rd without the pace in the first place here, as it's all kicking off, and that's Simtech on the outside of Narviflex, and ahead of these the La Haye cars just breaking away at the moment. We've seen that before, though. I don't think that's going to be something that's going to last for too long here. Aaron Baba just holds off behind. And I think, yeah, that's Koen Klopmans, who just thinks twice about it, tries to get the exit here. No doubt about it that the Simtech boys are really going to want to get past and get up ahead and not allow anyone to really get too far with this battle.
What a gift.
Keeps on giving their stasis through the middle. 2 places in 1.
Beautiful. And is he going to do it on the brakes? So that's the thing, is Koen Klopman going to push it? He doesn't. And it's probably the wise thing to do at this point. He's going to come up on the GT4 traffic. Around it he goes, and they make it look so easy going around there. I've been corrected as well by Rob Tyson saying the 13 is on the recovery drive. Don't you worry, mate. I know that this is the one on the recovery drive this time. We just alluded to the fact that usually it's the 15 on the recovery drive, but Marvin Julien Mamants is 18th overall at the moment. In class they are 9th, doing their very best to push the car to its limits, even with the damage. But it mustn't be that severe at this point, Hasse, because if it was, then obviously we'd have seen them pit and try and do some sort of undercut, but that would put them out of sync with the rest of the pit stops. So if it's not affecting them too much, you just carry on and push it as best you can at this point, don't you?
Yeah, indeed, and it's going to be quite bad before it's actually an advantage to pit in and put yourself off the set strategy, because if you can't get rid of a pit stop, getting that damage sorted and everything, it's not really worth it usually, unless you can be so much faster than everybody else. Of course, the compromise there is that often damage also makes the car more prone to have another accident, pick up more damage, and that's going to be kind of bad rotation going too quickly. So it's and I think everybody who's tried doing these team endurance races and iRacing know this situation all too well. Oh, we have this little bit of damage. Oh, we're losing 0.7, 0.8, maybe 1, maybe even a bit more second a lap. Do we pit? Do we not pit? And it's always difficult to figure out. So I totally understand if it's breaking the heads of some of the drivers ever so slightly just to figure out whether or not to pit.
Yeah, it's a long race, and in terms of the pit stops, I don't have a clue what these guys are going to be planning for it. We've got more battling going on in the Porsches, by the way. This is for 3rd place in class between... actually, this is for 4th. Jarno de Houw, Pimbau, and Dries Rohart. 3 wide all the way down the straight. Absolutely beautiful stuff. And it's actually the JJ Motorsport car that is behind now, the Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport machine going ahead. Dries Rohart through there. That's the 15G drive car on the inside. Pimbau runs wide, but to be fair, Jarno de Houw was wise to that, and that was really, really well played. And he took himself out of the situation. Just runs a bit wide. Rob Tyson has corrected me again. It is apparently always the 13 on the recovery. So there we go then. It is the unlucky 13 for them at the moment, but they're doing a good job of it. Oh, Davey Suffaliers has had an issue. What's happened to Davey? They were having a battle with... Yeah, they're having a battle with stage 1. Oh, there's still an overlap, and he just turns in. Oh, and a second little kiss there from the stage 1 car. Says, go on then, if you're going around, mate, get on with it. But, yep, he manages to get it back going again, but unfortunately a bit further down. Then Dries Rohart, well, he's managed to get ahead of these guys now. And whether Pimbau comes under pressure here from Jarno de Houw is yet to be seen. However... Well, he's even flashing the lights, and let's face it, we've all done it. We've all done it, haven't we? We've all thought, oh, you cheeky little sod, get back here, flash the lights. That gives you 5 horsepower, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, and it's also just to let him know, hey, I'm steaming. It might not be steaming, but I think Jarno was that was kind of that psychic reaction that you sometimes in racing you have to be a Jedi, and Jarno, he was very certainly a Jedi right there, or a wizard, or whatever you want to call it. He was ahead, Not on the tarmac, but mentally he certainly was ahead of what was going on around him, and he reacted to it accordingly and saved not only himself but the 15 car as well there in the situation. So, so that's any league, any kind of serious want this kind of drivers, and as well when you start competing. Of course, it can be a bit of a problem. You often hear, especially Formula One drivers, talking about, "Oh, I had to shut the door. I had to make this accident happen because otherwise, said other driver would just know that every time he tries to overtake and puts himself in a position where, you know, he's squeezing and he's putting on the pressure, and there could be an accident, and you know he's gonna give way and give the space, give the position, and." These other drivers might be having that feeling now. I'm not saying it too much, and I'm not saying that the drivers shouldn't be gentlemanly. I'm just saying that it's as so many other things in racing and the driving, the act of driving itself, it is indeed a delicate balance.
Yeah, it's all a case of just thinking about the long run in your race, isn't it? And every single decision can have a consequence in motorsport, and how you go about making a move or defending or just closing a gap. And we've seen it a lot. I mean, even just a bit of a slide there from Mathieu Detry. That was a nice little save. He's just thinking, oh, let's put on some style points to the camera. That is a style point for you, my friend. But honestly, coming back to it though, it's all about making sure. Oh, we've actually, sorry mate, we've had Bart Chevalier's had an issue. In the meantime, whether he's just going to over-rotate this on the curb, it's easy to do around there. Yep, there it is. You could see it go as the car just unsettled on the curb. And then Alex Cascatau has had an issue, unfortunately.
Oh no!
Is he just going to overdo it on the brakes, on the throttle? Oh, it looked like it was going. Oh. It bounced around a lot mid-corner, didn't it? And it just broke away as he put his foot down. There's the battle screaming past him. And he is now 6.9 seconds down on the guys in front. But this is still going on here, by the way. Erin Baba with Jorn van den Akker and Yannick Lemmens. They've all calmed down a little bit now. They've put the energy drinks away. And they're just going to get on with it and go about it in a bit of a calm manner. Because the Delahaye racing car, by the way, has a 5-second lead now. Hugo de Wilde, we saw he's been very quick.
Look at the rear end. Look at the rear end, the right rear end of the Delahaye car chest. That doesn't look optimal to me. It has had some kind of small contact. Mind you, it's not going to take much for a radical to be bent in that way. So it's not like he's had a huge collision. That would have made much more of an impact on the car. But I was just noticing that the Simtech car was lapping over a second quicker than the rest of the radicals around him on the last lap. So they're really getting a move on that. That 3:48.9, I think the first of the radicals to get into the 48s indeed. That is the fastest lap of the race so far. So Simtech now getting back into it, getting their head down. That early spin, of course, not really putting him anywhere near out of it. And I just want to say as well, that early spin, 10 out of 10 style points. Did you see he went twice? 720 degrees all the way around to just basically park it in the direction that the track is somehow facing there and keep your orientation and everything. Incredible stuff to actually have that happen. It could have been more luck than skill, Lord knows, but I'm gonna say it was skill and say it was some hella good driving there to keep it out of the wall in the end, because often when people lose it coming through that first long right-hander into Dunlop, you often have contact with the right-hand side wall as well.
Yeah, it's too easy to do. Way too easy to do. You can just sort of push it that slight bit too much, and it can ruin your race. I mean, it can completely ruin a race, just a little moment like that, especially in a longer one. We had a bit of a moment where Zanos Scheiner has gone past Anton Dupin for P31 here, just having a quick look back through the Porsche curves. And we've seen that this Simtag race in Audi has been very, very quick. I mean, anything with Simtag on it seems to go well in this championship, to be honest. He's got the Allied Porsche coming up behind him. Oh, it actually looks like there's been a bit of a blink out or a moment there for Anton Dupin. He's disappeared for a sec, hasn't he? And then, oh, he's suddenly behind again. So that seemed to happen in the blink of an eye there. Whether he's gone off or made an issue of it, then we'll have to figure out later. But I didn't see him go off the circuit there, so unsure of what's happened. But you can see Zanos now has really, really opened up the gap. Someone that is going to hope to open up the gap, though, is this guy. This is Tim Clayson's, and this is the GT4 lead battle now. The Scuderia sim racing car closing right back up to him for the leading class. So this battle could get very, very interesting as they go towards Indianapolis.
Yeah, it really could. Just to answer Ivo quickly in chat, we do have the Red Ant racing car driving the infamous number 70 machine. They are on track, although I think a bit alone at the moment. They're in 19th place overall.
There it is.
Also saying that they're chasing down the 13 car, and they didn't have the best of starts. That's been a bit of a theme, a recurring theme for Red Ant Racing. But speaking of a team on a mission, on a strong return, it seems. Still looking good. The car is in one piece, so wouldn't put it past it on Red Ant Racing to still get something out of this. Back to the GT4 lead battle we are, and I'm impressed with the pace of Jeroen Badlet here over the first stint. He's really been doing a superb job of keeping Scuderia Sim Racing in with such a strong chance, such a strong position to be in here, while SimRC Club Sport in the Radicals go quickest new fastest lap, 3:47.7. We do see the Radicals pace is quickening up by now, and that might just be a result of traffic just getting a little less heavy. We've seen some very intense battling over the opening 40 minutes of the race, haven't we, Chaz?
Just like this, you mean? We've got the Vapor Shop RDR car on the inside of the JJ Motorsport machine, and I think the JJ car is actually the one trying to get through here. This is for 4th place in class again. These Porsches, honestly, don't give a... Oh, I thought there was no... I thought they still had an overlap then. That scared the life out of me. Dennis Melchett saying hello in the chat. Good evening, my friend. Good to see you, mate. This is brilliant. Jarno de Houw now racing Pim Bao in the G-Drive car. The Flemish SimSports TCR just scares the life out of itself and jumps out of the way. Side by side in towards Indianapolis. JJ car's a little bit later on the brakes. Oh, nearly contact. Late on the brakes again around the outside. Honestly, Hasse's going to pass out if he carries on.
Yeah, I'm not even going to last half the race at this rate at the moment. Just going to answer something that actually a pretty good point that Ivo makes in chat as well. That he says that I think he's kind of jokingly saying that the Red Ant drivers are better in real life than they are in the sim. But to be fair, I think there actually very much is that it's a thing, but it's very much different driving on the sim than it is driving in real life. It's a whole level of information that you're not getting fed through your backside, and there is also the difference between reality and physics models of, say, iRacing or rFactor 2 or whatever sim you're on. It's going to be that little bit different in the end as well. And I think what we saw over the course of these last 24, 28 hours with the virtual 24 hours of Le Mans has been that exactly that actually in the sim, even though you wouldn't necessarily expect it, but it's the sim racers that are in the position of power and almost always quicker than the real-life drivers. So even though you might have meant it a bit as a joke there, Ivo, you have a very good point indeed, because it is two different things in the end.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, I know some real-life drivers that do struggle to adapt to the sim racing, and obviously, as a real driver, you do get used to the feelings, like say, through your backside and what the car is doing. You can feel the physical G-forces of it. The thing with sim racing is you need to be able to visually recognise and listen out for when the car is oversteering and sort of notice it with your eyes rather than through your body and any G-forces. It really is a talent, and a lot of these guys do have it. They learn the cars well enough to know when it's going to go around. And to be honest, I mean, I think that's one of the great things about some of the real-life drivers that come onto sim racing as well. They show that they really do have that talent to be able to apply it and be quick in, if obviously it's a similar car to what they drive. I mean, from my experience as well, I mean, just to bring him up, Ash Sutton, British touring car champion, raced with him, spent quite a bit of time with him in sim racing, and he jumps in a touring car on iRacing, and he's instantly quick because he knows exactly what to expect. And it's the same in real life. He's rapid in a touring car, so it's great to see that it does actually translate. Marvin Julian Mamance has had an issue, unfortunately, in the 13 unlucky car. Let's have a look into turn 1 onto the brakes. Oh, look at that! Just as he snatched a gear there. It really rotated. Oh, nice.
The Red Ant racing car doing a very good job of staying clean there. The second phase of that incident there. Very good. Thank you, Chaz, for the mind reading there of the onboard shot.
Oh, he notices that it's going to go. He just, like, you can see him think, right, that's going to roll forward in a second. So he just flings it right, manages to survive it. Great stuff. We are going to go back to this, though, sorry, because more amazing Porsche racing.
I don't think you need to apologize to anyone for bringing us back to the amazing three-way action. And it's still the battle for 4th place in the Cup Car Class Series. The 12 Vapor Shop car goes to the outside, coming down towards the Mulsanne corner. He does have overspeed, and I think it's going to be enough to take him past. I'm going to have to swallow my words, unless JJ overshoots it.
He's got a bit of a cutback, hasn't he?
He really does. Jan de Houw, though, I have to say, has been on point with his driving so far, but he hasn't been able to really get rid of his companions.
No, definitely not. He's been very strong on the brakes, though. I mean, we'll probably see the same again into Indianapolis. Moves over a little bit, really trying to squeeze the Vapor Shop car, Dries Rohart. And now the G-Drive car wants in on this as well. This is Pim Bao, but just keep an eye on that JJ Motorsport car. Oh, no, the contact and it bounces back into him. Oh, I was just about to say keep an eye on the JJ Motorsport car because he's going to be on the brakes, but, well...
And the ever unlucky 15 machine of G-Drives are paying the big price. Look at that huge biff to the front of the machine. Just looks like someone took a bite of the front of the car when looking from it from above or looking on it from above. And the worst thing is that the Vapor Shop car pretty much got away from that incident. And it's such an unlucky thing. When racing so close, I had a feeling that at some point it just had to go wrong. And indeed, in the end, it did. Another look we're going to have here.
Well, now I've caught you off here because at the same moment, Dirk Schouten's also had an issue here. Just lights it up on the throttle, and then just behind is then where this was just recovering, actually. So it's all properly kicked off. Let's have a little look at it in slow-mo then, coming into here. So I think you can see the Vapor Shop car does get on the brakes early because he knows the JJ car's on the outside, and he's really going to commit to it. Pitches it sideways, and you can see Pim Bao gets on the brakes, but his car is already out of shape, and that really smacks into the front corner. And you can see the bodywork sort of updates there as it figures out how much damage it's got, and that's a real smack into that front corner. And unfortunately, that car is going to need some repairs, I believe. If they are coming in the pits then. I was just about to say, I thought they might have gone straight past because I didn't see them come in the pits for a while. Sam Putterville has had an issue, unfortunately, in the Graphite Racing TCR car with its very pretty pink wheels.
On inbound, by the way, Sam Putterville's gone around again here, or again, I don't know if he's been around before, but it's just we've had a number of spinners in showtime. I think inbound, the thing about the unlucky 15 has just been that it's the general theme here for the past couple of races in the series that the 15 car has just been under a kind of bad luck spell, no matter what. And be that of others, the fault of others, or a fault of their own. I think that was a very difficult situation to judge because coming into Indy's so close, and it's 3 drivers who have to be totally in line with each other mentally and just kind of reading each other's minds as to precisely what the other 2 drivers are going to be doing in the situation, and getting in just the slightest wrong here is going to be cause a disaster. Your own Vettel, he thinks about it at the very same place coming into Indy, but he thinks twice as well. Having kept it very clean, that goes for both of these cars. Torque Freak and Scuderia Sim Racing looking very good here past the 45-minute marker.
Yeah, it's flown by very quickly. I do have to sort of echo Hasse's comments there that incident itself wasn't really unlucky. He was following very closely into quite a strong braking zone with 2 cars in front side by side, but again, it's those moments where you make the decision, and unfortunately it didn't work out for the G-Drive car. The Vapor Shop car did get away with it a bit, but that number 15 and the number 13 as well, G-Drive in general in the Porsche class this season have been very unlucky so far. So the comment was made more in terms of that. At the front of the field though,
it's back together. They've caught up with Delahaye, and it's SimTech and SimRC Club Sport. So that's Rudolf Nagel in third place, someone who we know is very much also up there. And they've all had their little tiny moments. You can see all of these radicals just having the slightest of bumps and bruises on the cars. They seem to be perfectly matched still here, flying down the Mulsanne Straight. Top speeds so 260 kilometers an hour, so surprisingly, but the apex speeds are really high here. I think Rudolf Nagel actually goes a little bit too quickly into that one, because these cars are actually outpacing the GTE machines here. And Rob Tyson in the 15 machine, I think they've just had a repair and going for a bit of a spinner. Keeps it clean though, that's the most important thing.
Yeah, he was telling me before that it's the 13 that's having the bad luck, and well, to be honest, it's not looking like it's a lucky car on cold tyres for him at the moment, I'm afraid. Erin Baber is in a battle here with Jorn van den Akker in the Traxxas by J&V Services car. So still some fights going on in the Radicals. We've also got this this battle between Matthias de Tige and Dries Rohart in the Vapor Shop RDR Porsche, carrying on after that unfortunate incident. And in the GT4 class as well, we have Mathieu Detry just behind Diego Hames, we were looking at just a moment ago. Very pretty livery on that car, and very pretty livery on the Flemish car in front as well. So it looks like these Porsches do complement a nice livery. Being asked whether it's Anton Dupin still in the car. I believe he has come out of the car now, yes. He is not in from what I can see.
No, actually, he just messaged us in the chat as well, saying that he had some big PC glitches, and he came in into pure concerns of the safety of his fellow racers. So that's a very gentlemanly thing to do from Anton, and hopefully his PC is going to stop acting up for the rest of the race.
I've got Dennis Melchuk correcting me on how I say Porsche, and I understand, yes, Porsche. I am really bad for it. I must admit, mate. I must admit. I do apologise to any purists out there, because I have always said Porsche just to get it in the sentence easily. Now in the Audi class, by the way, Bram van Putten is 32 seconds clear of Janos Scheiner, who is then 33 seconds clear of Mitchell van Zinjel. And
so that's of course because the Flemish Simsports TCR car that was driven by Antoine Dupin, he was actually right on the tail of the number 40 Simtech TCR machine, and they're now a bit down. So that's less than lucky here. The Pro Ols machine, turns out it's not the McDonald's car. However, it is the Belgian Stripe. Very lovely livery, number 50 machine that we have mentioned as well before. Although I don't think the McDonald's TCR is in the field today. Am I right?
Yeah, it's not here, unfortunately. We did use the name to some amusement at Spa, but we've got that with the De La Haye car at the moment. They're in the fantastic green McDonald's livery, which I've never seen before. But, yeah, exactly. I don't know if they get offended or not when they go down this straight and realise there's a KFC on the right hand side, but we'll have to ask them later. A bit of conflict of interest, I think, if they end up going there. In terms of the GT4s again, though, this battle's still going on. Detry all over the back of Hames. Still can't quite get it done. You can see the Sim RC Club Sport car just going into second place there, Rudolf Nagel. Look at these guys, still side by side down towards Indianapolis. What are we going to see here? And through into fourth place goes the Ola Lulu racing car. And again, just comes back to the fact that these cars, well, they're not the fastest in a straight line or around the corners or just anywhere. They promote really good racing because they're so close in terms of performance, even if you do tweak the setup. And they're a bit slower, so you get a bit more time to think about the things that you're doing, don't you?
Yeah, it's just less hectic, and it's easier to actually pull off the things. It has less reliance on downforce, so there's less dirty air, and I think on a track like Le Mans, that also actually means quite a lot through the Mulsanne chicanes, and especially as we are here through the Porsche curves, just makes it that much easier to follow someone in front closely in these twisty sections, lap after lap after lap, without necessarily overheating the tires and all that stuff. So I think, and that goes for both the GT4s and the TCR machines, and I think that's something said by a lot of experienced race fans, that slower cars just often makes for better racing. Here as Steve Claes in the 13 machine has a bit of a spin there. That's coming out of the S's down towards Tete Rouge.
Another issue for that car, though, isn't it? And it's just adding more and more to consistent issues that these guys are having. I must say, though, Jarno de Hout, he's switched into another gear now. He's caught up to the BMS car in front of him. Whether they've had an issue or not, I'm not sure, but I don't think so. Just trying to see whether there's any reports in the... No, it doesn't look like they've had any issues, so it's just pure pace. Thomas Smets has said that the McDonald's racing ended last in their class yesterday. They pop in the pits now, do the two Porsches. So we may see some gaps and pit strategies opening up a little bit here. It's not the easiest to get in the pit lane here, though, is it?
It really isn't. It really isn't. And I was expecting these Cup cars to maybe be able to run for a little bit longer. Just noticing that it's just 7 minutes short of an hour of running time they've been doing at the moment, and that's going to be a problem if it turns out that any of the other Porsche Cup cars have been able to save that fuel to go. It's going to be 2 entire laps. It's probably not going to be possible to save that much extra, as we see pretty much every single Cup car coming into the pits at the same time, and all of a sudden gives you the impression that this field isn't actually all that stretched out.
Yeah, that's it. They all end up in the pit lane at the same time, so that's lovely to see. As class leader then is now Tommy Rao in the Bingle by Simtag EMG car. Leaves the pit lane. The 63 has been at the front of the class pretty much all season, and it's been an amazing performance by them so far.
By the way, Chaz, at the head of the Radicals now, it's a new situation again with SimRC, Club Sport, and Rudolf Nagel leading Simtag Racing. The Delahaye machine have now lost time. I'm sorry. They were showing up as being 10 seconds behind on the timing board just a second ago. Popping over to watch them, and they're right there on the tail. So, bit of a glitch there, I think, on the timing there. I thought that would be a great shame had it been so, but luckily it's not. And Koen Klopman really has to think and has to keep it cool here, although it seems that the Delahaye car might be just carrying a little more outside damage, a little more aero damage than the competing cars up here, and it's thus, I think, might be a little more in need of the slipstream than the Sim RC Club Sport or the Simtag racing cars on the front. I'm not sure, but could be.
Yeah, there's a lot of variables that we've got to think of as the race goes on as well. I mean, the Stasis car here, right behind Jorn van den Akker again. These guys have been battling so much. But one of the beauties of what we've got going on here is the fact that we can't see how much fuel these guys have. We don't get that much of an insight to it. Attila Sipos, by the way, is pitted a little bit earlier than the other TCR cars in class. And Bram van Putten, I mean, 1 minute 14 second lead at the moment, so pretty amazing gap. The Pro Oils Motorsport car hasn't pitted either, by the way. Mitchell van Singel has actually just been purely out there from the start, so Bram van Putten doing an incredible job to eke out that lead to that much. Sven Kalbert is third at the moment. Let's have a look. Okay. So apparently, just to go back to Thomas Smets' comment earlier about the McDonald's car, he said the McDonald's racing car finished last in their class yesterday during the Zolder Touring Cup, so no ticket for today. So basically, they work on like an entry system. So if you do well in that series, and you get put into this for the following round, which I think is a great system, and it keeps the quality of the field high as well, which is what we like to see. But just to add to that as well, Jean-Louis Deschamps has said that the McDonald's livery of the Delahaye racing team by TX3, love it, is based on the McDonald's Racing Norma M20 FC that participate in the Belcar Endurance Series. So it's based on a real livery. As the Flemish car, Diego, now decides we're going to come in. We don't want to get stuck behind and get caught in a battle. We want a bit of clear air here. And I think that's going to be an important decision for these guys to make over the course of this race, isn't it?
It really is. It really is. I'm just thinking, are they going to be... So if I recall correctly, the GT4 machines are forced to run a reduced fuel capacity that gives them around the same running time as the other cars, which means about 1 hour.
Yeah.
Because under normal conditions, they have quite a big fuel tank, and they would be able to. He's quickly back in the car. It was just a driver change. He popped off there, and the car disappeared. And I was like, oh, what that? But would have made it interesting had they been able to go on. I'm still saying that I think it's a little bit strange that they choose to come in before the hour mark. I might be wrong. They might be able to run for an hour and 5 minutes, 10 minutes without problems. And if so, it's not really a problem at all that they come in now. It could be that they just want to get rid of some traffic and say, okay, we don't want to be stuck here. We'll take this pit stop early, just as you mentioned before, Chaz. But I've just so often seen people getting caught out, but then late, having to do that late splash and dash, especially here at Le Mans. A lap here costs you quite a lot of fuel. And if you don't have the fuel to make a lap, you can lose so much time. And I've seen that happen too. People having to go very slowly around for an entire lap, losing basically minutes in the process. So for me, when racing here and racing anywhere that is this long, that goes for the Nürburgring and to some extent Bathurst as well, it's not really the same, but it kind of is in some way. Just always to play it safe. Also because you could be doing an extra lap than expected and so on and so on. So a bit surprising, I think it is to see the GT Force car coming in before the 1 hour mark.
Yeah, it's something you've got to have supreme confidence in to make sure that you don't lose all that time at the end of the race, isn't it? Because one lap round here, like you say, it really does cost you a lot of fuel. Just having a question come in. What's the difference between... the distance between Talk Freak Racing and Scuderia? So look, it is at the moment 5.6 seconds. We've had Robin van Gogh have an issue in the BMS Porsche. And I tell you what, we've seen a couple of spins from this 51 now. Maybe the tyres going away, making it a little bit more difficult for them.
I think they've just been in the pits. The question is, did they change the tyres? I'd certainly expect them to. So I think maybe that's more a case of cold tyres, heavy car, fresh driver in, because...
and the same for JJ Motorsport as well. This is their new driver in the car. Quinn van Hooydonk, is it?
Hooydonk, and he does exactly the same.
He probably saw it and thought, hey, that looks like fun, I'm going to give that a go. Probably thought, they've come up with a new racing line. Robin van Gogh's had another incident. This is going to be into the chicane now. Is he going to do it again there, losing it on the brakes on the way in? Oh, yeah, he does.
It's time to move the brake bias. I think, because what you usually do as the tires gets worn on a car like this is you tend to move the brake balance backwards. Because as the front tires get worn, they have less and less grip. And so if you run the same brake bias you do at the beginning of the stint, you tend to lock up the tires a little bit more. So, and also because the fuel tank is at the front, so you need to have, as the front lightens, you want to have less braking pressure of the front. That makes sort of sense, because the problem is that you find yourself locking up way too easily. But you also have to remember to reset the brake balance, because coming out, that might upset the car, because it's set up to be at a certain brake balance level when you come out of the pits with a full tank on cold tires, etc., etc., etc. And to me, that looked like the car just unsettling itself under braking, and it looked like that pretty much for all of these small spins we've seen the Cup car had for the last few minutes. So bit of a raised finger from me here in the booth. although as a rule of thumb, we are trying to be very careful with, can we say, commentary booth driving? It's kind of backseat driving, but worse.
Oh yeah, definitely. I agree, mate. Nice little insight though. Just to nail this home, Koen Klopman and Rudolf Nagel are the two closest cars on track, and it's for the overall race lead. We've just had Hugo de Wilde come in the pit lane. He's got a GT4 car in front, but this is the one place where you will not see a Radical overtake a GT4 car based on pace. This battle for the lead, though, I mean, it's been going on forever. And Koen Klopman, again, somehow this Simtag racing car, we saw it at Spa as the shadows do their thing. Thank you, iRacing. It's just, this car just always manages to get back up to the top of the field. Like, time and time again, they always just manage to get back up there, don't they?
Oh, that's the Sim RC Club Sport just picking up a bit of grass on the outside. But to answer your question, Chaz, they really do. It has been an impressive show from the Simtag. All that sim is really confusing me by now. But they've taken it all in their stride, and they've just it feels like they've never panicked, and they've never really been feeling down, or they've never lost their belief in their ability to get back. And I think that's one of the key points, not to lose confidence, not to lose your concentration if you have some kind of luck going against you, because if you do that, then you're certainly not going to get back at it. I think the lads at Simtag Racing know they're all at a level where they can always come back. And so there is that belief, kind of like Italian football teams in the 90s that would always score in injury time, or Manchester United under Ferguson, which was the same kind of story. This is kind of the same mojo that we're getting here from the Simtag Racing Life. Just always getting back there. It's really a joy to watch.
Definitely, it really is. I'm just going to try and sort something out 1 second, everybody. I did mention the shadows quite jokingly a moment ago, but it really is an issue for me at this end. So I want to make sure that they look all right for you guys. And at the end of the day, we don't want these horrid, disgusting issues. So just bear with me 1 second, and I will sort them out, because we want these shadows to look pretty, and we don't want any mess, do we? We don't want a mess. Just going to get this done now, and we will be all good to go, everybody. Thank you for your patience and everything. They're actually side by side for the radical lead at the moment as well. So I will come back to this as quickly as I can for you, everyone. Bear with me. It's just gone around the outside as well. We will get you a replay of this. But Koen Klopman has just gone past Rudolf Nagel, and I will show you the move. Here you go. Not sure whether the shadows will reset themselves in time, or whether it will be filtered to be any smoother, but we'll certainly try. Look at that, though. Commitment around the outside. Beautiful stuff there, wasn't it, Hasse?
Yeah, absolute commitment there from Koen Klopman to just get ahead before the pit stop round. I'd be expecting Simtag and SimRC to come in on this lap, because it's been just an extra lap than the rest of their comrades, you could say, in the field here. As Koen Klopman, was he just aware that, like, did he know something that we didn't know? And certainly, because I was thinking, why is he going so much wide into this corner? He really missed the apex, but it just seemed that he knew something, seen something that we hadn't, and just gave the space to let the SimRC car of Rudolf Nagel come in here, and they're gonna have to break off before the TCR of Flemish Sim Sports there, and into the pit lane they go. Close, and then close, indeed.
Trying so hard.
And almost an overtaking attempt there at the pit limit.
That's amazing. No matter where you are at a racetrack, Koen Klopman is just thinking, I'm gonna have him in the pit lane. I don't care. He's absolutely on it, trying to get after these guys. Really sending it. I was just a bit conscious there, everybody, of the frame rate issues now that caused by me turning up the shadows and everything. So you'll have to just bear with me again a second. I am very sorry. I think I've overdone it, and we all know, anyone that knows PC gaming knows that it's very easy to overdo it, isn't it? It is very easy. And I think, to be honest, we've all had these moments. We've all had them. So please do bear with me while I just sort this out. And I think we should be good to go. There we go. We've gone from 39 frames to 40. Yay!
That's a lot better. That's an hey, Chaz. It's better. It's an improvement. You let the improvement be the improvement. Don't improvement discriminate here. Anyways, we have Jordan saying that Elam in the Allied racing car is catching P1, so the Simtag EMG, the bingo by Simtag EMG 63 car of Budem and Küster, is losing time to the Allied Racing Esports Belcar machine, and that's interesting, even though with the gap being somewhat there. Oh, of course, they have had their driver change in their pit. So that's Tommy Rao now in the bingo by Simtag EMG car with Elam Boko, yeah, of course, and the Allied Racing Esports machine. Elam, who had a good qualifying pace, but also a number of incidents in qualifying, so hopefully he will have found his pace here. This is Kevin Corsius for Sky Limit, the number 69 machine, following the number 70 of Red Ant.
He's having a really good run behind him there, and I tell you what, it's making a hell of a difference. to the confidence of this team. Sky Limit Race Team, they haven't been the quickest out there, but they've been very, very consistent in the number 69 machine. We saw a couple of spins, and obviously, I believe it was them, or was it the... Oh no, sorry, it was the Pro Assist Sim Racing car that was the one that had an issue at Spa with the McDonald's car. Shadow maps are the devil for frames per second, and yes, they are, David. I agree completely. And Jordan Pierce, I run iRacing in VR, so I know how bad it is when you change one little thing. Yep, and that's my issue. This is the thing. I turn on my PC today. Look at them trees in the background. I turn on my PC today, and suddenly everything likes to run at 30 frames per second, and I've not changed anything overnight. It's just one of those things. CPU is going absolutely mental. I've got a new PC build lined up, and I think it's time to put that into action. This is Jochen van der Sterren. Oh, through Tertiary. She turns it into a rallycross car, and then into a destruction derby car.
That's a big old kiss of the inside wall there. That's how it often goes when you get it wrong. And Tertiary, he's now right in the midst of quite a lot of traffic there. That's the Stasis car. That's still Aaron Baba. No, that's Lawrence Kuipers now in the Stasis car. Patrick Young is in for Sim RC Club Sport. And we do have Fabrice Cornelis now in the car for SimTag. Flemish Fabrice, so it is Fabrice Cornelis, as we agreed upon earlier in Chaz. And Johan Sarsinski is in for the Delahaye Racing by TX3 car. And somehow, because they've had their driver change as well, and somehow they're back ahead, and I'm just kind of struggling. Oh, because they weren't 10 seconds. I don't know why I got it into my mind all of a sudden that the Delahaye by TX3 car was 10 seconds down. I saw it, and that was the aforementioned little bit of a glitch in the timing board that we had. Turns out they were right on the back of the cars in front. So still a really good scrap for P1s there in the Radicals.
Yep, it's really, really exciting stuff from these guys, and to be fair, Yuri Crispian just got caught up there behind the GT4 traffic, and that's where this can really make a difference around here. We've seen a lot of these guys just, even though it's quite an open track compared to Zolder where we were last time round, it can be still a situation where you come across some traffic, you're going to have a nightmare trying to chase it down or get around it and make sure that you don't lose time to the guys that you're chasing. These Radicals are flying down these straights though, so much commitment into these corners. Late on the brakes as well, and you can see that these guys are actually putting quite a little amount of steering lock in, aren't they? Just because of the amount of pure grip that this Radical has.
Yeah, they really don't need that much steering lock, and I also think because of the car's extremely short wheelbase that if you put too much lock into it, it's just going to rotate around on you. So it's one of those cars that's really going to be driven by the fingertips in terms of how much input you put in, and it's also going to help smoothness in terms of tire wear and such. You're going to scrub off less speed, the less input you can put in and such. So there's a million reasons you want to just be as smooth as possible, especially with these Radicals. Now, Robin Daniels here. That's alongside the leading 42 car. And oh, that is quite a spinner.
Yeah, that's
Oh, he goes across the track. Oh, my word. The BMS TCR car there almost getting into a... Well, I want to say big moment. That was more than a big moment. That was huge for Olivier Bulting. Oh my word.
That was a horrifying moment there. And I mean, we've seen a couple of questionable rejoins. Oh, Bram Reniers is off in the Talk Freak racing car for second place in GT4. That means that Jeroen Vatlet now is in the lead of that class.
Yeah, he must have gone off from the lead.
I think that Jeroen might have already got through, before that. Let me just have a quick look. See where that change happened, because I don't see it. Oh, here we go. Jeroen Vatlet passed Tim Clayson's. It isn't highlighted blue. Oh, it happened in the pit lane. So Bram Reniers is in the pits there, coming out, or is he coming in at this point?
He
must have done.
That's that's the replay. I thought he was just spinning again just when we came back to him. But that's the first time we've seen the 31 Talk Freak machines in trouble like that. We've seen, it's the 50 car, the TCR of Pro Oils going around again in the background. Robin Daniels really not finding it his day today. But coming back to the Talk Freak machine, the 31 GT4, they've had 2 3-hour races basically without a hint of trouble, if I recall correctly. I could be wrong.
No, I think
Actually,
you're right.
I think there are 2 Talk Freak cars. There are 2 Talk Freak GT4s, so I could be wrong on this one. Please bear with me if I am. But to my best memories, they've been going so consistently around for basically two entire races at Spa and Zolder, and then now here, all of a sudden, in a couple of moments, it's all gonna arrive from them. They're Red Ant with Ayrton Red Ant in the number 70 car. They're in 17th place overall. They are in 8th place in the Porsche Cup class. And there's a good battle between the 69 and 70 cars at the moment. You'd believe them almost to be teammates if you just saw the numbers. But none
I
if you
agree.
saw the cars.
That's how you can tell, by the way, just to allude to that. That's how you can tell that someone's a die-hard Formula One fan, because they're so used to teammates having numbers that are just one apart from each other, rather than just number 7 and number 70, for example. It's if there's 2 numbers that are just side by side to one another, as these guys are. Oh, he's made it through, though. I'll tell you what, it was actually a very well committed move, and it was nice, clean stuff from the Red Ant car there. Ayrton Red Ant did a really, really good job just to make sure he gave him the space. Didn't try and go for the cutback too early, because while it is a really, really interesting racing manoeuvre to make, where people do go for a bit of a cutback, it's so easy to just overcommit to it and hit the other car off, as he's gone back ahead of Kevin Corsius now into Mulsanne.
That's a very good point you're making there, because he's coming back at a point where we see so many cars and drivers make that, oh, what a bit of a squirmy moment there for Ayrton Red Ant. But that very moment where if you go for the overtake into basically any of the Mulsanne chicanes, chances are, pretty much 9 out of 10 times, the other driver's gonna come right back at you and do the very same thing into the next corner. So the thing with the mind games coming into play and holding back, timing your overtakes, for instance, into Indy, or even into Arnage, or even more and crazily, I want to say, because it's just harder to pull it off and do it cleanly. But you could also say that the perfect place to do is in the Porsche curves, because that's the place where you can actually get past and create a gap to the guy.
Yeah, that's it. If you can scare the other person into it, or really just put it down the inside and put them off their line, that is such a vital part of the circuit when it comes to overtaking. Just at the front as well of this group, Tommy Rao is now only 2.4 seconds. There is the Allied Racing Esports Belcar machine of Elon Bockhawk. And Elon is flying now, 11th place overall, second in class. And the gap is going down, down, down at the moment. And I'm very, very intrigued to see how he does when he gets there. Because, I mean, I'm sure Hasse will agree. I'm pretty sure he will, judging by his profile picture. That the greatest commentator of all time said a very famous thing once, that catching is one thing and overtaking is quite another. And I think we're going to see just that. The Kevin Corsius battle has opened up now. He's got ahead of Ayrton Red Ant, and I think in the Porsche curves is exactly where it's happened. So on the way in, Red Ant, I know Red Ant did it himself. He went too hot in there and then obviously compromised his line for the next bit, and Kevin made the move. So mind games, that's exactly what's happened there.
And then he just sent it there on the inside of the TCR, and that's the kind of stuff that can scare me. It's the stuff of nightmares. It's the when they're all of a sudden there, a fast class car like that.
Let's have a look here then. This is the Radicals. This is the fast racing team through the first chicane. They look like they're going to run so wide on the exit there, but the downforce of these Radicals, it just saves everybody's lives, doesn't it, on the exit? It's amazing.
Yeah, it really is, but they have to be careful, though, with touching that outside curb, and that goes for both of the Mulsanne chicanes. With such low cars, I think the Radicals are some of the cars that has least tolerance for any kind of curbs in the first place. So want to make sure that if anything, a nudge might be it. But as you can see, they really just try to avoid hitting the curbs at all. It's very minor, so I think that's the big thing being mindful of when on that particular part of the course.
Yeah, for sure. You really have to have your wits about you around most of it, but to be honest, there's always these little sections where you have to just, dependent on obviously the cars around you as well, you need to really focus. Oh, what are you cracking open there? Is it a 7-Up or a Coke?
That's a Coke.
It has to be. I mean, a non-branded drink, just like this French 24-hour race in the countryside that isn't branded at all. The Stasis car and Matthias Maas in the Traxxas car having a good scrap here. All the Coca-Cola's kicking in. Lawrence Kuiper's 4th place, and we don't have to be biased as commentators, but I'm so pleased to see this car doing well. They've had a real tough start to the season, but I have been made aware that we do need to look at this. Here is Elon Bocor currently closing in on the class lead in the Porsches here, Hasse. This is a hell of a battle.
Yeah, and you know what, Chaz? The time gap has really been coming down quickly indeed between these two. Elon Bocor 3 seconds faster than Tommy Rao on his final lap. And it seems like it's been the same story on the lap they're on now. Because last time we had a look, that gap was 2 seconds. And I can tell you a lot by watching the pictures at the moment. That gap is not 2 seconds anymore. It's less than a second. And it's just going to be a matter of moments before Elon Bocor is going to be up there where he has a very good chance. Oh, he straight lines karting so much right there. As an early look, makes his presence known to the Bingo G Drive machine, or the Bingo Syntag racing car up ahead. But you mentioned the good old Murray quote of catching is one thing and getting past is quite another. And I feel like at every other racetrack than at La Sarthe, I think that's very, very true. But at this very track, I think overtaking is actually one of the easiest things often at Le Mans. But the problem is that often, the 60th.
It's easy when you do that, to be honest, isn't it?
63 machine going head on there in the Dunlop chicanes. I was just going to say that if he doesn't break the slipstream back to the Simtag EMG car of Tommy Rao there, he's going to have a hard time not getting overtaken right back. But commentator's curse or something, because he just outbraked himself into the Dunlop chicane. And that's going to help Allied, I think, for the first time in the virtual Belcar eSeries that he's, or they are, now leading the class.
And that's how you get it done. And this is also the JJ Motorsport car, Quinn van Hooydonk, which is probably my favourite racing car driver name of the day. He's now trying to put a move here on Robin van Gogh. And he does. And to be honest, as the Robin says, not on your life, down the inside. What absolutely defiant stuff on the brakes. That really caught me off guard. And then he fell out of my chair. That was amazing.
Robin
absolutely
there,
amazing.
That's quite committed from Van Gogh on the inside there. And he really just goes for it. But he times it perfectly. He doesn't even outbrake himself in any way.
I want to see that from on board with Van Hooydonk, because you passed him and you think, I've got the inside line here, this is a walk in the park, he's just going to let it go because we're in an endurance race. There you go, on the brakes, and then suddenly out of nowhere it just pops up again down the inside. And the thing is, he gets it stopped and makes the corner so well as well. What a brilliant bit of defensive driving. Apologies everyone for a little bit of a blink there. My CPU absolutely loves me today. Still side by side though down the straight. And in the GT4s, by the way, we've got a little battle going on here. We've got Keimel with Keersmakers just behind. I went overly Dutch there, sorry about that. I'm sure Hasse could do it better than I can, but we have got good battles everywhere. Oh, Tim Jacobs. Now, Tim Jacobs is a name that you mentioned before we went on air that has been a really, really exciting driver to watch this season, and he's been so much fun in the chat as well. And he's back on track now and in another battle, and I don't think we ever see him out of a battle. And this is still going on as well. These Porsche Cup cars have been the gem of this series. I mean, the radicals have been amazing. There's even position changes up there still as well. But these Porsche Cup cars are so entertaining all of the time. And listen to him. Listen to what they're doing to him, everyone. Somebody, please think of the children. Somebody. Honestly, this is amazing.
Yet again, no, I think just you're saying they have been the gem. I'm having a hard time saying that, the radicals. You know what? I can't choose. I wouldn't be able to choose if you present me which racing has been best of the different classes. You know what? We've seen exceptional stuff throughout the 4 classes that we have on display here in the virtual Belcar eSeries. Van Verheyen here in the 66 machine. That's the GHK E-Racing by T2 racing car, who manages to light up the rear tires and get out of the way. That looked like what he was trying to do, and then pulled it off as well. The car, though, looked a bit biffed as well. Jesse Hendricks, brother of Jimmy, the 21 machine, brother of Jimmy. He's gonna be an old dude by now. Then it's probably more like grandson of Jimmy, who somehow moved to the Netherlands and relocated and everything. It's gonna be a long story, a lot of fiction going in here if we're gonna make that work here. They're gonna go side by side into Indy. Jesus.
Well, we are if Chaz's CPU will keep up. Apologies for this, everybody. Not quite sure why the blinking has suddenly decided to take place now. We'll see whether we can resolve it, and hopefully these cars will stabilise a little bit. We have had this issue before. Here we go. We look at Tim Jacobs. Nope, it's still kicking off. Sorry about this. There we go. Yeah, we had this issue last time at Le Mans, and yes, Porsche Sport saying, yeah, coughing emojis for Chaz's CPU, and I must apologise, everybody, honestly, until today. As you've probably all seen as well from our previous broadcasts, no such issues like this, whether it's Le Mans or whether something's changed in the meantime, I'm not sure. But look at that little radical just popping around these Porsches, although he has to slam on there and really think about what he's doing.
Yeah, he should have held off there, that 66 car.
Oh.
The GHK car, he should really have held off there. He did it to both of them, and that's kind of fair, I feel like, because you can really split up a battle and really cause some wreck when, and as a faster class car, you just nudge yourself in between. And I feel like when you're not really in a situation where no one's close to you ahead or behind, it's okay to leave the courtesy to just say, okay, I'm going to wait till the exit of the final Porsche curve, or what's called Corvette, actually, the Virage Corvette in French, the Corvette corner in English, the one before karting. Here's Kevin Lemons now in the Scuderia Sim Racing car. They are leading class, and they are leading class in a very, very positive manner indeed. It looks really good, and they've been so stable. Scuderia Sim Racing, I think I mentioned it earlier as well, but it seems to me, Chaz, that it's all just coming right for him today, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd say so. It's one of those days where, as long as you avoid any incidents and have your moments, then you just need to crack on, really. There's not really anything else you can do. As long as you run your race and don't worry about everyone else too much, then you should be absolutely fine. I'm looking at CPU temperatures, by the way. I'm monitoring it, and we are running at 60 at the minute, which, from what I know, isn't too shabby. So
it should be fine. Yeah, that kind of CPU should be made to run well at 80, 85 degrees. So we know at least that's not the issue.
If I tell everybody that it's an i7 2700K from about 2011, then that may explain why. It's done well until now, but I think it's time to put it to bed. Kevin Corsius is still fighting here with Ayrton Redant. Sorry, not Anton Redant. That would be a very ironic name. Ayrton Redant in 18th place overall. And these guys have had a brilliant battle all race so far. And it's one of those situations where one of the cars is trying to recover through the field. The other one's just trying to crack on and sort of stay in their own place. And I think having these sorts of battles, it really does open up a race like this, because a lot of them would have just been expecting a straightforward run, and sometimes when you do drop down the order a little bit and end up a bit further back, it can be a real nightmare, can't it, to suddenly find yourself in a different battle that you may not have wanted to be in from the start, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but it does, and it's very much a thing in a race like this, that you just want to kind of be left to yourself as much as possible, to do your laps at the pace you can do it in, and just do it as consistently as possible. And often, unless you can really gain a lot by being in the slipstream of another car, it's not necessarily what. Oh, that's Fabrice Cornelis on the entrance to Dunlop. No, I'm sorry, that's on the exit. Oh, that's very much through Dunlop, actually. Yeah,
just spins it around, unfortunately. Manages to get it back going again, but what a nightmare for Fabrice. And he's lost second place now. Patrick Young in the SimRC Club Sport car is there in second position now. He has taken advantage of that mistake, and through he goes. Yeah. We are actually reaching the point where we were going to go and have a break, everybody, so I hope that it gives us a bit of time to sort this out, because...
Oh, sorry, Chaz, but Kevin Lemons, and he has got a big biff to the front of the car. The Scuderia Sim Racing number 14 machine, the class leader. No.
What's happened here? There's been some severe issue for him. Let's have a quick look, because
that car is not well You can see the right front suspension is higher than the rest, it seems to me, or is it just
Looks
a
like it's
momentary
stiff.
picture?
Looks like it's very stiff and hobbling around, yeah.
Yeah, it's not turning in well.
Well, this is a GT4 car. But
heartbreak for the Scuderia Sim Racing. Oh, they're almost gonna collect the 21 machine there as well. Are we gonna be able to see what happened to Kevin there?
Just trying to see and have a look if I can find out.
Should be at the very bottom of the event viewer. There we go.
It's maybe a bit far on in what has happened. Let's just have a look. And 3 second chicane, everything fine and dandy. Do we think it was maybe something down at Indianapolis, maybe? Let's have a look.
All the way down at Indian, perhaps, but...
Let's have a look. Down to Mulsanne.
That's in the Mulsanne corner here.
Is he going to have an issue on exit? We've seen a lot of guys do this, where they've over-rotated the car, maybe caught the gravel. No?
Not even.
Maybe the traffic.
So it must be either traffic or it's down in... Oh, I just thought that was one of the GHK cars, I think. From behind, that looked like they got very close indeed, but there was just obviously the tail end just skewering. And then pictures disappear on my end here now, and then back he comes down towards Indy.
I just had the same there. Sorry about that, everyone. Here he goes into Indy. Oh, it looks a little bit out of shape. Is it out of shape? That is down in an arch. No, there it is. Oh, the slightest of touches to the gravel on the outside, and it's a big hit on the barrier. Yeah, and we weren't made aware of it on the timing screen because the car didn't stop, and it didn't actually go off track either. So that's why we had to sort of go back as far to find that. Sorry about that, everyone, but we've now found the cause of it. They're still 4.7 seconds ahead of Bram Rennie, as you can just see him just in the background there. 23rd place overall and second in class, so that's nice and close. Just in Naya has got Steve Clays, Rob Tyson just behind him. Steve Clays is the car ahead, the G-Drive car. He's got G-Drive cars either side, so please do forgive me. In terms of this battle at the moment, though, side by side, they go down the straight. Hasse and I will be just taking a break in a few moments while we try and sort out the issues. Just while I do try and have a look at the technical issues, though, I will take the pictures away from the race, though, just because I don't want you guys to have to sit through me clicking through menus and things and lots of different issues, as I'm sure you can probably appreciate, or I hope you can appreciate anyway. I just want to make sure that the broadcast looks good for you guys and you can hear all the blinking and noises as well. So please just do bear with me a few minutes. Hasse and I will be back with you in about 5 minutes' time, and we'll see whether we can get all this sorted for you. So, be right back. Okay, just a quick update, everybody, on what's going on here. We did have a similar issue to this when Simracersworld TV did the 2.4 hours of Le Mans. So what I'm going to do is what I did back then, and it is just exit the sim, just come back in. Sometimes a lot of the caching that goes on when you've been in a race for quite a while on such a demanding track like Le Mans can take its toll a little bit on CPUs. I've known that from before. So what I'm going to do now is just rejoin the session. Just going to be a couple of minutes and we'll get back in for you and we'll have more racing action. So just bear with us a few more minutes, guys. Thank you very much for your patience and we'll be back with you in a minute.
Those nights when we were younger, we would never sleep. So let's forget about tomorrow and live for tonight while we're free. Touch the sky. Tonight we're coming alive.
Again, thank you everybody for your patience on this. We're just getting things sorted at the moment, just getting back into the session now. As you all know, I'm sure if you've been on iRacing before, Le Mans takes a little bit of time to load if you're not on an SSD and an up-to-date CPU like me. But I promise you, we'll have the rest of the race ready to go in just a few minutes. Thank you very much, like I say, for your patience. Myself and Hasse will be back with you in a minute to continue calling the action. Do stick around.
Touch the sky. Tonight we're coming alive. Touch the sky. Tonight we're coming alive.
To put it into context, everybody, for how long it's taken Le Mans to load, I've been downstairs, grabbed a bag of nuts, why not, and a drink, opened the drink, forgot to open it, so I got halfway up the stairs, came back down, went back down to open the drink, came back up again, 63% right now, so we're trying, everybody. We are trying. Thank you for your patience though, but once we're back in the session properly and Hasse has got half a litre of coffee down him, we'll be back on.
We could burn like a flame through the atmosphere. Yeah. Starlight, it's calling us. Leave the ghosts of our past in the stratosphere. Oh yeah, yeah, it's calling us. It's calling us.
Okay, everybody, then welcome back. I'm sorry about the break there, everybody. I'm just going to turn the music down for you now, or off. Probably the latter is a better idea. Hasse has just dropped something off his desk. We will bring you back then the sounds and pictures of cars on iRacing and the battle for the lead in the Porsche GT4 class has changed. Bram Reniers has taken the lead. And he is now ahead of Kevin Lemons, who, that damage, whoa, it looks even worse now we've come back into the sim, actually, doesn't it, Hasse?
Yeah, it does. I don't think it's gotten any worse, but I'm hugely impressed by the fact that Kevin Lemons has actually been able to stay on the tail of the Top Freak racing car, because that right front end just looks wrong. Every corner he takes, the car does not look balanced at all. It looks like it doesn't really want to turn, and then at some point it starts turning a bit too much, and really looks like he's fighting the car. So really good job by Kevin to stay in it. I do believe they would still have their fast repair as well to throw at it here at their next pit stop, which is not too far away. Remember, they'll be going in around the 2-hour mark we're expecting it. So if they can stay in this position, the damage to the race, so to say, not the car, but their entire race, might actually be a lot smaller than expected for Scuderia Simracing.
Yeah, and it's all about how you manage that damage as well. Not to be a poet and not know it, but if you manage to drive around it and just cope with how it makes the car feel and identify the moments where you go into a certain corner and just because there's a lump in a braking zone or a little bit of a crest on the way in or maybe a high curb, you know, just the little things that you notice as a driver. If you can really adapt to those and get on with it, you can make the car do what you want. Obviously, straight line speed, you can't do much about that. It doesn't really look like Kevin's got much in terms of slipstream at the moment, so he really needs to get over the damage in the corners by the look of it. I mean, that is a very, very grumpy-looking Porsche, isn't it?
It's not looking happy at all. It really isn't. But yeah, it just takes so little, and I think we mentioned upon it on previous broadcasts as well, Chaz. But for me, this is really one of the charms of iRacing, is that it takes so little just to lose so much, and that really just, the way that put everything on a knife's edge, it just makes it so exciting.
I wish that was the case with my diet, honestly. If it takes so little to lose so much, I'd be so much thinner by now. But this is Mats Bregpot, who is 26th overall. He's got, I'm going to get this right, Lawrence Kirschmakers in front of him. You probably don't have to sh that last S. That's just me.
Kirschmakers.
Oh, the sugar's kicked in, has it?
Yeah, it has.
These are just outside the podium spots in GT4 at the moment. And, oh, well, he's just outside of anything at the moment. There it is, pops back in, the number 88 there. And it's as simple as that. He's really closing, though, in the slipstream. Number 88 looking feisty here of Mats Bregpot. And down towards Indianapolis. Another big run, and Steve Clays has come in the pit lane here in the G-Drive Racing Xemia Porsche. He is in 9th place in class. The lead in that one still Elon Bockhawk, and he's opened up a 10-second gap here, Hasse. And I won't say I'm not biased because of the livery. I do love that livery, but I think we've finally found the match for the SimTag EMG car.
Yeah, and for once I feel like it's also just been working for Allied Racing. They have been up there, and they've been up there just not really able to get within striking distance, I want to say, at the previous 2 rounds, and whatever bad luck is played in, or traffic, or just lacking that final bit of pace. But here today, and especially since Elon Bockhawk came in the car, it's really turned around on its head, because throughout the first stint, it was looking like a third repeat of another SimTag success there for the 63 car, and Bodo van Kuster certainly did his part on the first stint. And that also makes me think, if they're going to bring in Bodo van Kuster for the final stint as well, we might still see changes at the front of the Porsche Cup class. But I think that's a tough one to call, and it's just gonna show up here in the last 5 quarters of an hour of racing.
Indeed, it can very quickly change, and so can this. This is the GT4 battle in the pit lane. They've obviously just changed around in the pits now.
And I think they took the fast repair, sorry Chaz, but I just saw that the damage just popped out. Sometimes it goes in again after some time when they change drivers. But I believe, honestly, I do believe on this one. Oh.
No, Tim got down a lot earlier. I thought that Jeroen Vatlet's car wasn't going to go then. Doesn't look like he's going as quickly. He gets on with it. The gap isn't much, but that means that Anthony Beekman has now taken the lead in class in the Heli ABK Racing, flashing lights either to say to the TCR, get on with it, or I'm happy about taking the lead. Not sure. But he is now taking the lead in that class. Keersmakers is 2nd, Bregpot is 3rd, and then even Sebastian Keimel's come through as well, actually. He's 4th in the Flemish SimSports car, just behind Mats Bregpot as well. He's now starting to come into this battle, and the battle for the Porsche lead is also in the pit lane now as well, so the strategies are really coming into play here.
Yeah, it is, and we are coming in towards the final hour of this 3-hour race, so it does make sense now. And to me, it seems like whoever was pitting before the 1-hour mark wasn't really doing it by choice, but more by need, because they're coming in 13 minutes before, and that means we're going to have a round of pit stops roughly 20 minutes before the end of the race, and that's going to be a strange situation indeed, because it's going to allow for turnarounds that can be kind of unseen in the dynamics of things at this current moment. It's also going to allow for some of the people who had a bit of issues early in the race and maybe had a pit stop there in the opening 20 minutes of the race to actually come back in the final part. So that's really interesting. I think I was expecting them to be able to run the hour, but certainly hasn't been the case.
I've just noticed as well, Dries Mujdi's had a severe issue in that car there. Not quite sure whether it was before this, but we're going to... Oh, there it is. Through the push. Because, oh, Lord, who was that? That was the Pro Oils car that smacked into him. And, wow, that was a humongous incident. Let's have a quick look. Van Uytvan's had an issue as well going off track. But that was just before this happened to Dries Mujdi. So this is coming into the Porsche curves then. And this Dynamics Racing Optica car is one that's had a real tough time. It's got the graphite TCR just to his right. Oh, he dips a wheel on the grass, and that is how tiny a difference it can make. And then suddenly, bang!
Oh, and he does get collected by... Was that another car? Or was that the real...
It was the Pro Oils car that hit him.
Oh, because I saw something white while spinning around, but wasn't really sure if... Yeah, there it is. Oh, that's...
Yeah, Robin Daniels. We saw that... that car had previously been to space in a massive accident at Spa-Francorchamps that we still didn't get to the bottom of. And it's still a mystery to this day. He's going around the Porsche curves then. That Radical just flies around there. You see it go past the Graphite Racing TCR car. And then there's the wheel on the grass, in the wall, into the barrier. And to be fair, you don't see it for a moment, and he thinks it's going to roll out the way, and suddenly it's there, and it's a big backflip and a 10 out of 10. Robin Daniels
that is a
flings the car over.
huge roll indeed for Robin Daniels there. I certainly didn't expect it to be that big.
Looks nice and clean now, though, doesn't it? There's the wonders of fast repairs for you all, everybody. It's Yellow Verstraeten in the other... sorry, that's not the GHK racing car. This one is, but the other one wasn't. And then he's got Yuri Crispane just behind him. And, well, would it be a Belcar eSeries race without this man at the front?
I mean, I just want to say, Chaz, the Delahaye Racing Team by TX3 car, the number 42 machine that's been leading for so long. It's now Hugo de Wilde back behind the wheel of the car, but they're all the way back in 7th place, and they are a minute and 27 seconds behind. Just thinking that, is it because they've been in earlier than the others? I think they might have had a pit stop that the rest of the cars in class just haven't had yet.
Yeah, it says that they were in the pit lane for 1 minute 47 seconds, though. And, I mean, everyone else was 1.5 minutes, so not quite sure why it was such a massive difference, but we'll have to see when that pans out. Here's Jeremy Hessels just chasing down Davy Suffeliers in the Porsche class. And looking a bit further down in GT4 as well. This is a great battle going on here. You've got Sebastian Keijmel just ahead of Mats Brekpot, and Tim Claeson's just behind there. And don't forget, Tim has pitted, and they are effectively leading the class now. They're 11 seconds ahead of Jeroen Vatlet's Scuderia sim racing car. But these GT4 cars, I mean, it's not been the most lively of classes in the other races in the season, but this is really coming alive now, and you can just see the mid-corner speed and the confidence that Tim Claeson's has to carry around there. That's what gets him the lap times around here, isn't it? You can just visually see the gap disappear in mid-corner. Look at it.
Yeah, he's on a fresh set of rubber compared to the cars in front of him right now, and that really shows, as you mentioned, mid-corner speed much bigger, and thus the exit speed of the 31 machine is going to be miles ahead.
Which makes it look easy,
that's quite literally actually miles better than the cars around him, and he's getting jobs done pretty quickly here. It seems, though, that the 88 car isn't going to just fold that easily. And quite a bit of traffic here. I say radicals. There's a TCR and 4 GT4 machines within the space of a few hundred meters.
Flying down the inside, though, on the brakes. And it's beautiful stuff by Tim Claeson's. Just looking back at the TCR class, by the way. We've not seen much of the G-Drive Racing Eximia TCR car. Again, they have a 1 minute 8 second lead over Attila Sipos in second place. And it's Ben Thanes and Bram Van Putten doing another incredible job in this car. So clean, so consistent. And here is your second place, Attila Sipos. And just to show you on the track map as well. So you'll all see now then. Let me just show you this. So we'll have... There is where Attila Sipos is on the track in 31st position. And then if I just do this for you and then just go bang, that is how far ahead the G-Drive car is. It's a hell of a distance.
And it's been another one of those cases where some of the cars we see the least are actually some of the cars doing the best. And the G-Drive Xenia TCR car here has really just been on another level. So consistent and just building that gap quickly in the early part of the race and just not really holding back at any point. They've just been expanding it throughout whatever scraps the other cars have had with one another. And I think Attila Sipos at some point over as a teammate maybe. But that Syntec TCR machine has had a bit of a biff. I think at some point there was a little bit of damage to the front, and they've just had none of that. It's been so clean.
It's another beautiful performance by them, and this is the Edge esports car of Laurent Kirschmacher's. And coming into Indianapolis, you can just see looming just behind there, just poking his nose out, is Tim Clayson's in the Talk Freak Racing GT4 by Carrot. Porsche Cayman down the inside, and is he going to go through both? Oh, I thought he was going to have them both, and the camera was a little bit deceiving, I must admit, but beautiful move there. And now he's up into third in class, and to be honest, he's making the most of this battle, because some of them, if you were in a battle for the class lead, 9 times out of 10 in a situation like this with an hour and 5 minutes of the race to go, you wouldn't want to be stuck behind them, and you just hope to sort of not get involved too much in the fight and think, oh, maybe the pit stops can sort this out. But Tim Clayson's has shown us that he's not just one of these drivers that qualifies well and drives away. I'm not talking about Sebastian Vettel, but he can actually fight in traffic as well and not spin on lap 1 of every Grand Prix like Sebastian Vettel.
Yeah, he very certainly can. I think that he's on a very, very tight place to balance things as well at the moment, because on one point he knows, or I hope that he knows, that these cars have yet to have their pit stops. But at the other side, he has to get past quickly, because that car, that Scuderia Sim Racing car, if he gets held up by the cars up here, well, there's just every chance that the 14 machine's going to come right back at him here over the final stint. And I think if there's one thing that the Talk Freak drivers don't want, is someone just coming up and messing with the result. They have the chance of making it 3 out of 3 here, I think, and that's that would be quite the achievement. So Tim Clayson's really doing his part at the moment.
Oh, look at that.
And here he comes up the inside into Dunlop. I think that's it. Yeah, very much so. Able to carry much more speed into the corner. Able to brake harder as well, although these cars do have ABS, as opposed to both the Cup cars and the Radicals. Still, of course, less grip does mean less braking power. And Tim Clayson's up into second place.
Here's your Vatlet just going around the Pro, or trying to go around the Pro Oils car. Wow, they've made themselves a bit of a nuisance there. The gap had come down. It was 9 seconds to Tim Clayson's. It is now just opened up to 10 after that little moment of having to back out of that, I'm afraid. But the gap is fluctuating a lot between those pair this whole time, so your own Vatlet is really on it now for Scuderia. You can see in the background there the state of that little Radical. That's Dries Mujdi. And this is actually for position now, to be honest. Dries, oh, flipping. Honestly, someone needs to buy that Pro Oils car some mirrors. I know some of the guys that are trying to lap it probably won't be too happy at this point, but they're still going on. Simtag Racing do their best lap of the race. Fabrice Cornelis flying. Here's the Sim RC Club Sport car coming in from second place. Now,
but if I'm not completely mistaken, Chaz, that's of course because Simtag has a pit stop more. So I was just thinking that if Simtag had done that pit stop already, then Sim RC Club Sport here would be quite a bit away behind.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm going to be interested to see just how they're going to come together in the Radicals class. Over the final hour, when everybody's had their pit stops, and how the pace is going to be for the different drivers that are going to be doing the ending stint here. So we're ever closing in on the final hour. Mike Husens here, he's had a bit of a
the curb.
blunder. Oh, just not even a blunder. He just catches the curb there, and a tree cam, the beautifulest of tree cams.
Off into the trees he goes. Now, Tim Clayson's may have cleared these guys, but this hasn't ended. Sebastian Keimel and Laurent Kirschmacher's still having a fight here. Sebastian has passed him down the straight, and now out of Mulsanne, he is back on the pace in the Flemish Sim Sports car. It's still close here between Steve Clays and Jarno de Houw, the 13 and the 34, side by side going up towards turn 1. And these Porsche Cup cars have been really, really good for the battling that we've seen. I mean, I've had these cars on my screen all day. I did a Porsche Cup class race earlier on. Oh, they both go a bit deep, and that's the moment, you know. You can tell they're just focusing. They're just. Are you all right there, mate?
Yeah, just we've seen so many of the Cup cars. Like once they get loose on the rear, we've seen them go around. And I was just about to mention that it's been a really good comeback for the 13 machines to actually be in 4th place at this point of the race. They weren't having the best of times early days alongside the G-Drive's sister 911 Cup car. The number 15 car was also have been very unlucky here today. And it would just have been so fitting that just as I just thought that, oh, that's a good comeback and they're in a good position and such, and whoop, round they go. So that was, I think, just the fear of that happening that brought a bit of a funny squeal at my mouth.
Oh, the noise of it on the limiter down the straight sounds absolutely glorious. These Porsche Cup cars make a great, great sound. The JJ Motorsports car having a bit of a moment there running wide. Don't think it's too bad for him, though. Pim Bao is right behind Gregory Vranks as well, just going down the Mulsanne straight. They're going to be flying towards us. You can see on the dash just in the corner there, it was the 280 kilometers an hour they were getting to. And don't forget the Radicals were doing about, what, 260, 265 earlier. So that 15 kilometers an hour difference is certainly the case. Marv Goes Racing says we're back for a podium place, number 13. Big brain tactics. Go on, Marvin. Be great to see you get a podium, mate. We're not biased, but it's been a great story for you guys this season. But here's your teammates still having a fight here then with Pro Assist Sim Racing and Gregory Franks and Matthias de Tige. Great team in that car to have. And Pim Bao is flashing the lights just to make sure that Ben Thayens knows he's there. Around him he goes. Nice and easy there. But this battle, the thing is in these Porsches is that a cone gets absolutely annihilated there and flies into the sky. You really, really have to play the calm game in these battles, even though that these battles are very, very fierce and they're very full on. You have to think about the bigger picture in these endurance races and be so, so careful, don't you?
Yeah, it's as
oh, sorry, mate.
Mentioned earlier, it takes so little to lose so much. That's the 29 machine of.
Pronounce his first name, dare you?
Jim.
I'm not sure. I think that's the name of the team, so I think he's just named it that. He's just lost it on the brakes. And, oh, just a kiss of the wall as well. And I think that's one of the most frustrating things is just when you only just tap the wall as well, you think to yourself, oh, great, I've kept it out of the wall, but it's just that little kiss of the wall is just so frustrating. It's just a tiny little tap. So we've got two Porsche battles going on here with G-Drive cars. So we've got this one defending from the 34, and then this one defending from the 23 now as he's gone past the Pro Assist Sim Racing car. The battle for the lead, by the way, in this class, Michael Pedersen's still leading the way, 10.6 seconds ahead of Boudouin Kuster, who is back in the car for bin goal by SimTag EMG, and the body language of that car through there looks very, very good. Jack Werrell commenting on the stream. Can't wait to join you for the next one. Yes, everybody, do not forget, in a couple of weeks' time, we will have a 6-hour race for you guys in this championship. The next round of the season, we're going to be at Daytona.
I was just about to ask you, Chaz, where's it gonna be? And you could just, where is it? And I could say,
love it. We're going to Daytona Beach, everybody. We're going to tell Hasse to make sure he doesn't just wear a one piece, and we're going to have a brilliant, brilliant time. Jack Werrell will be joining us on the comms for that one, a 6-hour race, and I cannot wait. And then, of course, don't forget the season finale, quite a while off now, the 31st of October, the spooky Halloween finale, is going to be the 24 hours of Zolder. And what a race we're going to have there, Hasse. It's going to be mayhem, I imagine, with such a narrow and thin circuit for 24 hours. But, wow, that's going to be a good one, isn't it?
It really is. I mean, 3 hours of that place was enough to cause complete mayhem, and I think that could have been happening in 20 minutes' time as well. So 24 hours around there, it's gonna be something that can turn on its head time and time and time again. And sitting in for so long with you and Jack, I think it's gonna be excellent as well. So that's I think the part of it that I'm looking forward to the most, to be honest.
I think we're gonna have a lot of fun, definitely. Especially if the whole Simracersworld TV driver renaming department comes out as well again, because we had a lot of that last time we were here at Le Mans doing the 2.4 hours. That was Jack's debut on the channel, I believe. Seems like forever ago now, and look at where we are. Also today, I would like to add as well, that Simracersworld TV passed 800 subscribers today, and we're very grateful for all of you. Thank you very, very much to everyone that has subscribed. And don't forget as well, if you do want to get notified of future videos, you can click the bell notification icon, and then you will be informed. So, yep, that's the one. Hasse with the sound effects, love it. Jarno de Houw has got past Steve Clays. Now, this is for the final podium spot in the Porsche Cup class. And I don't think that this is going to be one that Steve's going to take lying down, do you?
Oh, it would be like, at this point, to be where they are, battling Jarno de Houw at this moment in the JJ Motorsports car. How did they even do it? Because JJ Motorsports have been on a charge. They've been running so strong at least. But of course, they were battling the Pro Assist and Vapor Shop cars, if I'm not completely mistaken, who are still battling the 15 machine. The two G-Drive cars are. I don't know how close they are. I'm going to have to check that out. They're actually 25 seconds apart. So JJ Motorsports having done a good job. The 13 machine having done a good job. And so actually as well the 15 machine, considering that all of these cars have had the fair share of trouble. Simtech Racing, race leader, Fabrice Cornell is now entering the pit lane. And is he going to do another stint in the car after having done so much work over the past 28 hours or so, 30 hours or so? He's already done a 24-hour race here at Le Mans.
It's crazy,
so,
isn't it?
Is he going to do a double stint, or is he going to leave the car to his teammate now to finish it off? I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. Just to be fair on him, he's done a very good job, except for a small little excursion there at the beginning of his stint. And now what's happened to Gregory Franks?
Oh, it was Pim Bao, I think, has had a slowdown at some point there, just lost a couple of places. Just looking at the front as well, Matthias Maas has gone through into the race lead. Lawrence Kuipers for Stasis comes in. Koen Klopman still in the pit lane. Now we need to keep an eye on Hugo de Wilde, but look how far back he is. It's just, I mean, he's still like a minute or so off Koen Klopman.
But I'm thinking, sorry Chaz to interrupt, but I'm just thinking like a pit stop of, say, a full tank of fuel and tires. Oh well, that puts that to shame, because Koen Klopman, who comes out of the pits, is that exactly like he's about a minute? Not a minute, but he's a long way ahead indeed. So I was just about to say, is a tire change and a full line of fuel plus entering and exit pits, could that be a minute and 40? And answer is no, certainly not. And tough luck for the De La Haye Racing team.
Yeah, I don't know what's happened to it. I don't know where something went wrong for them, because they were absolutely on it at the very start of the race, and I don't remember seeing an incident that was a severe one that involved them that much. But to lose so much time has really been a nightmare for them, which is such a shame, because it was great to see them really taking the fight to them. And obviously Fabrice himself said last time out that these are going to be the guys to watch. I mean, he was saying just about how fast Hugo was. And, I mean, I was hoping that we'd see that fight continue, but it appears not this time round. But the rest of the cars are in the pit lane. Olivier Verbalen just comes back out of the pits now for Stasis. I love that car. Even when the spec map doesn't load on it and it isn't chrome, it still looks brilliant. It looks like something from a 1990s airline as he gets used to it, just shimmying around a little bit there. Sven Janssens comes out in the Naviflex car. We're just going to shorten that name for now, as I'm sure you can all appreciate. It's still going on, though, between Pim Bao and there is the Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport car. And those guys have a really strong following on the YouTube chat, which is great to see. The support for some of these teams, by the way, from everybody has been amazing. Over 150 viewers currently on the YouTube stream. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. But let's just have a listen to this Porsche down the straight then as he goes into the slipstream of Dries Rohat. It's going to hit the limit already. Oh, he backs out, doesn't he, there, Hasse? He just literally came off a little bit, didn't he? He doesn't want to go for the move yet.
No, and it's actually an interesting thing there with all the Cup cars actually hitting the rev limiter, or at least a lot of them hitting the rev limiter on top speed. I don't think they're able to have their gearing set for anything longer than that. But that also means that will they even be running minimal downforce? I think the trick with the setup for these cars would have been to make them hit the limiter but to also at the same time make him go as quickly around the corners as possible, because there will be a bit of leeway for actually pulling out maybe just a little bit of downforce from that rear wing.
And that's for position in front as well. That is Gregory Franks in the Pro Assist Sim Racing car. And Dries Rohart goes through. Brilliant move into the second chicane there. And to be honest, at this point, it looks like Pim Bao is just trying to keep the car in a straight line, because it didn't seem to behave very well around the chicane. He's just watching the situation unfold in front of him. He knows that these guys are probably going to battle with each other. Gregory Franks never shies away from a fight. So he's probably just waiting for them to have a fight and just slow each other down a bit. Use the slipstream to his advantage. Gregory brakes a little bit earlier. Dries on the brakes then into Mulsanne. And as they go through the right-hander, just, yeah, Pim struggles on the exit as well. And that car isn't behaving itself, is it?
Oh, it really isn't. It looks fine to me. It doesn't have any visible damage. I'd be surprised to see. Oh, that's the 29 car.
Oh, no.
He hasn't.
Hello.
He has, fishtailing, and then a heavy impact with the outside wall through the Porsche curves. That's not going to be good for that car at all. And it's not the first incident this lap, I'm afraid, as well. It's not been good times for the 29 machine.
No, he's had another issue as well after this. I think he's gone off circuit again, so we'll just stick with it and see what happened. As he just comes... Oh, the car does not want to turn left at all. Something's definitely broken there. And it's gone around. Oh, he doesn't want it to come back on the circuit. Keeps it out of the way. Loops it around again. Good stuff, though, to keep it out of the way. And he's in pit lane now. But Koen Klotman is back out then and inherits the race lead as the Traxxas by JMV Services car has come in. Rudolf Nagel, though, he's not too far back here in second place, you know. He's really pushing. Whether that's a slowdown or not, we'll have to wait and see. Doesn't sound like it. That's flat, isn't it? Yeah, that's flat. That's definitely flat.
That is.
That is everything.
That's not holding up at all.
That is everything, but it's just absolutely flying down the straight. And you've got to love these radicals. So much fun to see. Now, Dries Rohart has really not managed to get away from Gregory Franks here. Pim Bao still struggling a little bit behind. Dries Rohart flashes the lights. He says, come on, out the way, Audi, shimmy. It's a Flemish sim sports car, so he's not really got any allegiance with any of these guys behind him. He flashes the lights again, maybe again. Give it him again, Dries. He's gonna, nope, he saves his battery for it. Down the straight. Pim Bao, he says, oh, I'll stuff it, I'll flash him then if you're not going to. Down the inside, nice and easy. But, yeah, like I say, that car didn't look like it was behaving. We've got another Porsche battle going on, by the way, here. This is the BMS car of Dirk Schooten, who was not having the most straightforward race before. This number 51 machine has been on and off track quite a lot. Sky Limit race team just in front, though. And to be fair, I think these guys really did deserve a better result from this, unless obviously something drastic changes. But they were really up there before, and now they just don't seem to have it. And I say that, though, when he's putting some right pressure on that Sky Limit car.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing, Chaz, because they were running up in third place at some point, the BMS car there, the 51 machine, and it seems to me that they do have quite the pace advantage. I'm wondering if they have fresher tires than the Sky Limit team. Oh, and that almost went very badly wrong there on the exit of Tete Rouge. I think good job there from Dirk Schouten to just keep that away from the rear end of the car in front, but
I don't think he would have been too happy though with the little kiss on the exit.
No, not at all.
Mike Goosens, I think, has gone in the trees again. Oh, that's the triple. Oh no!
That's a big one indeed, and that's the. It doesn't look too bad on the Audi there, but I think that was a big impact. And
yeah. It's a bit of a tank, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is indeed. They're strongly built, German quality indeed. The TCR cars there, but with the engine in the front, you could be afraid that it picked up a bit of damage from a knock like that here. Stage 1 Racing Master is still Stage 1 Racing Master.
It's a Mazda with a body kit. Fabrice has just said in the YouTube chat, by the way, I don't want to drive this track anymore for the coming year. And I don't blame you, Fabrice. Fair play, mate. Maybe he can confirm whether his teammate will be in until the end, which I imagine he will be now, less than an hour to go. And it's another race for us, Hasse, that's absolutely flown by. It's been a real good laugh, hasn't it?
It really has, Chaz, I have to say. And with this one, I felt like after 20 minutes that we've already been racing for 3 hours because there's been so much happening early days here. We had that hectic battle with the Radicals that really took about 40 minutes for him to stretch out. And anyway, I have to say, though, that since then, it's been a little bit more scarce with the battling amongst the Radicals. And it's been a bit more of the other classes that's been keeping it together and providing us with the glorious action that we have seen yet again. It's been so far three out of 3 from the virtual Belcar eSeries has been absolutely fantastic so far in terms of action. And 6 hours of Daytona to come, 24 hours of Sarthe. I don't have any feeling that it's going to be, getting worse from here on. So it's been absolutely fantastic so far.
Yeah, definitely, I agree. And it's been a brilliant series so far. Thank you, everyone that's been involved. And, of course, thanks to Hankook as well, the sponsor of this round of the series. This is the Hankook 3 Hours of Le Mans. Fabrice has said, yep, Cohen's in until the end now. Anton Dupin has said to him, yeah, it's the iRacing 24 Hours of Le Mans coming up next week. You're not driving that? And Fabrice says, absolutely no. And I do not blame you. Do not blame you one bit, Fabrice. Good on you, mate. This battle's still going on, though. These guys still together. Pinbao just staying in touch here with the other cars ahead. The Radical wanted to go around the outside, left it a little bit late, to be honest, and now he cannot do so. Pim just lets him down the inside. I say that lets him. The Radical makes its own moves, I suppose. They do fly by. Gregory Vranks, though. I've loved watching Gregory in the Simracersworld TCR series. It's been pretty amazing to see. And he's showing here as well that he's just as good a driver. The guys from Stage 1 Racing Mazda driving the Zolder Touring Car Cup in the Mazda MX-5. They finished P2 so they can join this round of the championship, hence their team name, says Nick, surname that I can't pronounce, sorry, and I don't want to make a mess of it for you.
There
you go. There's Hasse's version.
I think, to the best of my Flemish knowledge.
Yeah, he's got a considerable amount more Flemish knowledge than I have. Do not worry about that. But to be honest, someone that has got Flemish knowledge and racing knowledge is Gregory Vranks. And this Pro Assist car, I think we're going to see it go past this Vapor Shop car down the straight because he's looking very menacing now through Tete Rouge. Nice run out of there, not too much corrective oversteer, and I think this is going to be the move. And what can Pinbao do as well from behind these guys? Let's have a look. Down the straight.
Still 45 minutes to go yet, so it can go many ways with this 3-way pedal as well still.
Looks like a nice textbook move so far, but this is sim racing. You never know what could happen.
Looks like they're both on the limiter more or less, Chaz, I think. And Gregory Vranks, he just has to pull out of it.
10 points for Hasse, says Thomas Smets. Nice effort, could have gone worse, says Nick himself. So there you go, you haven't disgraced his name, so it's all good. It's all good. Dries Moody has just been in the pit lane again. Not quite sure what's happened to him. We've got another one of these battles as well, by the way. This is still going on here between Dirk Schouten and Renzo Uhlenbroek. These guys have had their ups and downs in this race, and the BMS Motorsport GT3 Cup Belcar team is doing very, very well. Look at the speed of these things down the straight. I absolutely love it. The Radicals class, unfortunately, everybody, has actually spread out quite a lot now by the look of it. Same in the TCRs as well. I mean, Bram van Putten 1 minute and 7 seconds ahead of Janos Scheiner, who is then 1 minute and 13 seconds ahead of Keanu Bourguignon, who's out there for Flemish Sim Sports. Good to see you, mate. I hope that Keanu has had a good run. That car behind him there is not for position. That's the Pro Oils car. It's Bart Ooms, who's a lap down on Keanu. Sven Kalbert is the next car. He's fourth in the Dynamic Simulators red machine. But, I mean, with these big gaps, though, Hasse, all it can take is for one little thing to change in a pit stop or just running out of fuel a tiny bit. And it can all switch around again and put everything out of order.
It really can. It can at any time, and it's not going to take anything more than just a tiny touch of 2 cars, and everything can be turned completely upside down indeed. I think it says everything about the quality of this series that the big gaps you're referring to, Chaz, as the 4 seconds that are between the leader and the Radicals at the moment with Syntec and Simasi Club Sport. Koen Klopman, Rudolf Nagel still close there at the front of affairs, but to be fair, with the rest of the classes, it has inevitably spread out over the course of these last 2 hours and 20 minutes. And I think, as yet again, we still have close racing. And I think in a lot of series at this point, we'd be seeing gaps that are even bigger than this. So I just enjoy that we still have cars that are in such close company with one another as the cars here. The Vapor Shop still holding Greg Franks behind. But for how much longer? One just has to think here on the exit of Corvette.
So close, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is.
He's just doing everything he can. And the thing is, like, Gregory's making it clear that he wants through. He wants to make a move on this, but we saw him down the straight before. He didn't quite go for it into the chicane because he knows that it's going to compromise both their lines. And Pinbauer is there waiting to take opportunities into his own hands. And I think that's what Gregory's got in his mind. He's a very clever racer from what I've seen of Gregory. And he knows that any move he makes is a risk. And it's all about minimising that risk for him at the moment, I think. Because if you go on from here, this is obviously for 4th in the Porsche Cup class. Anywhere from here could get you 3rd place if one of the guys in front comes to any sort of issues, couldn't it?
Yeah, for sure. And I think that has to be on the mind as well here. That's the fast racing car, the number 7 Radical that just got lodged in between, and that's going to be good news for Dries Rohard. The longer they can stay like this, the better.
Now this is going to be interesting because the Porsche is going to be quicker than the Radical at top end down here, but the Radical gets there a bit quicker, as you can see. This is literally a drag race now. They're actually side by side on the exit, and look, the Porsche is going to start to pull away.
Yeah, and that's what mentioned earlier. I had a feeling that there was going to be, that they might have been like as fast or something, but I kind of wasn't expecting it to be this much. But that also means that the Radicals can actually get in the way here, and this is going to make for some very sketchy dynamic as they come down to the chicane, just figuring it all out, and especially in the Radicals, because all of a sudden it feels like you're going at walking pace through these corners, having to slow down with the Porsches here. And not only that, but the fast racing team are losing bucket loads of time for every corner. They have to stay behind this three-way 911 Cup car battle. And in the end, Nabeflex, the 67 machine in 6th place, not that far in front. So they're still more or less battling for position there. And this certainly ain't helping it out.
It's very interesting now. Like you say, it's a sketchy dynamic. I like that way of describing it because obviously the Vapor Shop car doesn't want to let off and just allow the Radical to go through. Gregory Franks doesn't want to do the same because he then loses time to the Vapor Shop car. Pim Bauer's actually sitting in the background watching it all happen. But look, again, same scenario. We'll go into the chopper cam as well just for this one. You can see now, look, the Porsche just starts to drive away. And while the Vapor Shop car did originally get out of the way of the Radical, he's now actually giving the slipstream to Gregory Franks, and this battle is taking them away from the Radical. It's just that in the last sector of the lap, we're going to see that change completely. The whole dynamic is going to get turned on its head. And the Radical accelerates a little bit better, yes. And then suddenly the Porsche matches it.
He's going to arrive at Indianapolis 4 or 5 car lengths behind the Porsche 911 Cup car. Even though he's in front now, okay, maybe not 4 or 5 car lengths, but he's going to be behind, I think, when they come down, and that's going to be his problem. If he can stay in there, he can get his way through. But this is the first time we've really seen just how difficult here at Le Mans it can be for the Radicals to actually get past. Because there's been half a lap now that he's been caught up with these cars, and that's knowing well that the Radicals lap around 13 to 15 seconds faster around here undisturbed than the 911 Cup cars.
Oh, and there is the, speaking of undisturbed, there is the disturbance. He puts it down the inside and Gregory has to just run wide and compromise his line. Pim Bauer's in there now as well. And to be honest, I think that it is very interesting to see. We haven't seen it as much as we thought, you're right. And that was the first proper example with 40 minutes of the race to go. I was expecting to see a lot more than that. Jeremy Hessels, Keanu Bourguignon and Dries Moussi have had an issue, yeah.
It's been an atrocious few seconds there as we've had several cars off.
Oh, no.
First up here. Oh, how they didn't touch. There's a reverse netcode.
Yeah, he got lucky there because it sort of went through the car and it didn't cause him an issue. That's very, very lucky there for the BMS car. Now, Dries Moussi and Keanu Bourguignon have both stopped at some point and they're very close together here. What's going to happen? Oh, now, yes, I think that was netcode before they would have hit, and I think
actually, the netcode might have spared them quite a bit of damage there.
Yeah, I agree.
Because it seems it looks like they haven't had any contact, though there certainly was contact, and hadn't it been for the netcode there, they would have had a big smash. Oh, that's like...
Oh, no, Pim!
The 15! How does he save that? How does he save that?
I was just about to say...
Knocks up the wheels, and that's... Rarely have I seen take a bow.
Oh, wow. Oh, Pim, take a bow. I was just about to say it's the Porsche Centipede then, but wow, it really disintegrated quickly, didn't it? But what a brilliant bit of control by Pim. He just slammed on the anchors. I mean, those tyres will be like 50 pence pieces now, but he did a brilliant job.
That might be a problem for him over the rest of the final stint with more serious glasses on than what I had on for 10 seconds ago. But another thing that I just crossed my mind quickly is just how lucky Pim Bao was in that situation that no one... And imagine you're coming out of the pits and that happens in front of you. And you just, you come out, you get to the pit speed limit cone, the green one, you hit the limiter and,
bang.
pretty much the last thing you'd expect, I think. That.
Well, it happened.
But yeah, that was a very, very, very sketchy moment there. And how that didn't go any worse is a mystery to me. But how it came to happen in the first place is kind of a mystery as well, because they just seem to push the edges just a little too far of how close you can go to one another.
Yeah, definitely. I was just about to say as well, it was almost like what happened at the British Grand Prix a few years ago. I believe it was one of the... Oh, was it one of the Saubers, as it was at the time, was coming out of the pit lane, and I think it was one of the Racing Point cars got flung across the exit of the pit lane right in front of him at the start of the race, because he started from the pit lane, and suddenly there was a car across the front of him. Almost the opposite of a Gerhard Berger, as you'll probably remember years and years ago. That very famous footage of watching the cars come down the straight and then exit stage right goes, but Gerhard Berger smashes into the wall after lighting it up on cold tyres. I was also going to mention that I don't think that was netcode between Dries Mujdi and the... Oh, actually, Hugo de Wilder's in. I was going to say it wasn't netcode, it was more like he summoned Nevada Cadaver on him then. It was some sort of absolutely wizardry nonsense going on there. That was one of the worst netcodes I'd seen for a while. And to be honest to iRacing, and to be completely honest with everybody, we don't see as much of it recently. There was a period where it was very, very bad, and I must say it has been a lot better as of late. It's only similar sort of incidents to what we saw there, where a car is really closing on another one at high speed. Like you said, Hasse, they were going to hit each other no matter what happened there. It was just a case of the netcode did enhance it a little bit and maybe trigger it a bit early, but on the flip side, it saved them a bit of damage. So it was good that that's how it's gone for them. We've been asked again by Ibo what the gap is between Talk Freak and Scuderia. It's 13.1 seconds, buddy. I can get you a live timing link as well if you want, so you can keep an eye on it just in case we do miss it. I'll just smack that in the chat for you there, everybody. Live timing is available. Just one thing to note as well. I know we've only got about half an hour left, but if you see a car that's highlighted green, that's whichever car we're looking at in the broadcast. So any of the gaps that you see are relative from that car, whether it be up or down. It's even caught me and Hasse out quite a lot over the course of this evening, and we use it almost daily at the moment, so don't you worry. It's a case of stuff you've got to get used to. Dries Rohart still cannot get rid of Gregory Branks as he's got the GT4 traffic. I'm going to just take...
I seem to have infected you with occasional high-pitched voice syndrome.
I'm going to take a swig of my beer now and just calm down a second.
That was... I don't think the GT4, I didn't see what car it was.
I think it's the Heli ABK. Nope, not that one. It's the Ola Lulu car.
It's the Ola Lulu car, the 88 machine, of course it is. I don't think that Mathieu behind the wheel there really expected the sluggish exit there. But of course, if you're having understeer coming out of Coven, you don't want to pass it past the track limits, because picking up a slowdown there is going to be so costly indeed. And of course, it's going to be much better just to lift off and get a sort of semi-bad exit instead. I think it just caught the 88 car a bit off guard there in the situation. It's Well done. Not to have a big accident, though, there. It could have been bad indeed. Steph Delnews, I'm afraid, has had a moment there.
I think Luke Holroyd at Porsche Sport got a bit excited then when the two cars almost made a nice bit of loving together. Oh, look at that! That's a good drift. It's not really a drifting circuit though, Steph, but to be fair, it did well to keep it out of a wall around there. It's very easy to put it in one. Dries Moosdi is... This car is going to be screaming for mercy. Look at it. The poor thing. It's like an adopted puppy. It's just always...
There is not... now it just as
to be fair, it has been screaming for mercy, and he's finally given it mercy. He's just said, okay, you can go back into the garage. You can go sit in a museum. It's still sat there, though. He's saying, no, you'll sit out in the rain. Bad dog. It's just... I don't know what he's doing with it. Oh, finally it goes back in, but that car's been through a lot today, and I think it's probably for the best that the guys do just admit defeat there. It's not been handling well. The gap between Allied and Simtag is 2.5 seconds. Yeah, let's have a look, Sunshine. No, it's not. It's 1 second.
Oh, my
Thank you,
word.
Jordan.
And Michael Pedersen, you can see he's really charging here. Half an hour left. I think he's going to have a really hard time keeping Bode van Kuster behind him. We know the pace of what I expect to be the Dutchman in behind. And again, what I just expect Michael, because it's a Danish name. I don't expect him to be Swedish, even though all the Scandinavian people are given the Swedish flag. I can tell you that we're a lot of Danes and Norwegian people who are not satisfied with that. That's how it is.
Okay.
But last time we checked on these two, the gap was around 10 seconds in favor of Michael Pedersen, who has a bit of a slide there and sets a roof. And Bode van Kuster just looks much more composed.
Oh, Hakkinen and Schumacher around Zonta.
Oh!
Honestly, I've never seen anything just that showed it just as much. Reenacting the Mika Hakkinen on the right there is Davy Suffaliers. Jeremy Hessels with Schumacher in that case, and what a great move. Or whether it was vice versa, actually. Let's have a look.
Jeremy Hessel's going to go around the outside into Indy.
It was this way round.
Who did what? I think it was Jeremy Hessel's getting the move on there. Just sneaking it onto the red stuff there.
Amazing.
Beautiful. That's the second week in a row we've seen that move pulled off. That's just another example of how good the racing is here. Do you want to see the best overtake that was ever made? Pulled off every race? Well, come watch the Belcar Virtual eSeries, or the virtual Belcar eSeries.
Oh, boys! You want to keep the vinyl on the wing mirrors, boys. Calm it down, son. Michael Pedersen then. Whoa, that was very feisty stuff, Michael. He's saying, no, I'm meant to have a Danish flag. I don't know if he is, just for the record. But wow, what a really, really bit of feisty driving there from these guys. And I tell you what, this is far from over. We've got half an hour to go, and I don't think I can last. I mean, my CPU's doing all right. There you go, I've jinxed it. But up towards Mulsanne, again, look at him. Michael's moving over, and if I'm honest now, putting my series hat on, he doesn't need to, and he shouldn't. If you're going down a straight, boys, stay in a straight line. Keep it safe. Half an hour to go. He's got deep.
You know, he's going to go wide and he's going to lose. Oh, I was just about to say the rear end going around there, but he kept it.
This is great.
That must have scared the living hell out of Bode van Kuster there, because he would have been a complete passenger had Michael Pedersen lost control of the car here yet again. Now he comes to the outside.
He's still squeezing him, isn't he? He's still squeezing him. They're both squeezing each other. Please don't hit each other, boys. Come on. Please don't hit each other. Through Indy side by side. Amazing racing. Onto the brakes go. Both of them at the same moment. They both do such a good job. Keep it pitched in. They're still side by side. Going in towards Arnage again on the brakes. Both the cars shimmy around a little bit. Pedersen on the outside. Kuster on the inside. Kuster's around. I don't think that was on Pedersen. I think Kuster just turned it in a bit too tight himself, and now he's got all that work to do again. But wow, what an amazing bit of racing we got to see there, Hasse.
That was absolutely incredible, and I think you're completely right there, Chaz, because Michael Pedersen, look at this now in the slow motion. To me, he kept his car. Also, look just how late he turns in. Bode van Kuster, he comes in.
No, there was contact.
Yeah, there was contact. But I feel like Bode van Kuster just turns in a little bit too early, gets on the curbing there, and just goes wide into a car that's kind of giving him the space to be there. But a bit of a biff there to the car of Bode van Kuster. And I feel like the contact that was right around the wheel and suspension of the bingo by Simtag EMG car. So if very unlucky indeed, they could be facing. Look at that. The wheel even looked like it was a little bit crooked there. So I think they're having another look at that.
Yeah, I can't quite
I don't
see
know
it from this side. Let's have a look if any of the cameras let us go to the other side. They do not. But
Maybe there is the left front suspension cam that would give us a.
Oh yeah, there's a good
pretty good
idea. Why don't
view.
we actually do a dedicated camera to that part of the car? There's a good idea, Chaz. It doesn't look that bad. It's just that the arch and the bodywork's been biffed in, as you'd say. I'm still a bit undecided on that one, though, if I'm honest. Because I think, if I'm honest, if we see it in full speed again, just look at where Michael's car is when they get to the apex. I don't think he does leave enough room. I don't know, because Boudouin does go in late, doesn't he?
He goes in too late. I mean, had he followed Michael out wide and followed his line, there would have been the space. And I think, to be fair on Michael, that's all you could expect Boudouin to do, because that's kind of how it would have worked. And because I mean, with that line he takes, he would have used all the track in turning that car at that kind of speed. Maybe not all of it, but enough that there most certainly wouldn't really have been space, no matter how much space Michael would have left there on the outside. So it's a very, very, very difficult one to call. And with incidents such as this at this point in the race, 25 minutes to go, and you know it's really the sharp end of affairs now. I think that's what comes down as a racing incident to me.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think we'd have to go with racing incident on that one. Now, we're on board with the Stasis car, which, as everybody will know by now in this season, is one of Hasse and my favourite machines. Nothing against the Traxxas by J&V service car, because they're doing a great job at the moment. That's Johan van den Akker in the car in front. We're on board with Olivier Verbelen at the moment. But I think, after the torrid starts of the season these guys have had, they deserve a podium at least, and Olivier has just put them now in the position for that. But the Traxxas car is not going to let them get away, and I think we're going to see some brilliant battling going on here. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's pretty much a done deal into the chicane there. Whether they're out of sync in the pit stops or not, I don't think they are, because I know that the Traxxas guys had a bit of a later pit stop after being in some clear air.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think they've been on a very good pace since Olivier came back in the car here, and
remember, by the way, the little thing we noticed at Zolder, sorry to cut in there, that isn't a cone underneath that car. We got told that it's apparently the seat belts. Apparently there's a little glitch with these cars where the seat belt goes right underneath to the floor. Some of them are usually black as standard, but some of the guys paint them red. And you'll see it just underneath the car on the left there. It's just a tiny bit sticking out. However, it doesn't really deter the fact that Verbelen and Johan van den Akker are having a really, really good fight here. And again, these radicals have been amazing all season, especially the first sort of half hour of these races. It's been absolute chaos. But look at the confidence the pair of them have to go side by side around there. And again here, it's just amazing racing. He nearly squeezes that wide. I think he was just expecting the overlap to go there because he carried so much speed, but Verbelen manages to keep the car in front. Brilliant defensive stuff.
Yeah, that was very, very well driven to keep position, really just insisting, no, I'm here, but it almost cost places very dearly indeed. And that was fine margins between getting that right and getting that wrong, but he got it right, and he's keeping third place for now, and at an important place, because if he's faster than Johan van den Akker through the Porsche curves, he'll be able to gain and make up time here that could break the slipstream when they get around to the Mulsanne Straight the next time. And look, he is actually just slight gap now. It was really too early to say whether he's really got it done there. By the way, the gap between Koen Klubman in the Simtag car and Rudolf Nagel, who's of course racing for Simracersworld Clubsport, is now just in the vicinity of 5 seconds, and that's of course the lead radical battle. And as we all know, Michael Pedersen, Boudouin Kuster, still close, and I think you were very much right there, Chaz, on the
Sven
fact that who's the Sven Janssens in the Naviflex car?
That is down at Indy. Now let's have a quick check. Is he just going to lose it on the brakes? Uh-oh, there's another car involved. Is there going to be contact? Let's have a look. Doesn't look like it at the moment. No, he's just lost it on the brakes, I'm afraid.
That's the mind punt.
Yeah, the mine. I've never heard it called that before, and I'm going to be very careful about how I say it in future. However, yeah, it's easy to do in these cars. And that gap at the front, you know, that's come down. 3.8 seconds now to Rudolf Nagel. We could be on for a very good scrap here with just over 20 minutes to go. Rudolf is flying. And I mean, he's really flying. Like, it's coming down by 1/10 of a second each couple of corners here. Same with this as well, actually, as they go down the straight. But Jorn van den Akker is just playing this safe for now by the look of it. And that Stasis car is really, really on form now.
Yeah, it is, and just amazed to see how much more speed Olivier Verbelen was able to carry in through that chicane, and just what a gain it's made there on the exit. But of course, it's not enough to break the toe, and that's the inevitable story of the Mulsanne Straight, that you really need to make a big effort to be able to gain, or for someone else to make a mistake. That's of course pretty easy to gain a lot of time right there. Sven Kalbert is currently sitting 4th in class. That's not bad at all, and it could look like a battle for position, but I don't think it is.
No, that's Bart Ooms in the Pro Oils Motorsport car. These guys have got a habit of this, actually. They sit behind the other TCRs, just get a little bit of a helping hand as they go along. The gap in the TCR class is huge, by the way. Sven Kalbert, who we see here, is 12 minutes ahead of Olivier Bultink, the next car, and he is then 10 seconds ahead of Tom Van Put, and then it's another minute to Bart Ooms. So some of these guys, of course, having a few incidents here and there. It's really put pay to their race so far. Bram Van Putten, who we looked at a moment ago, is 1 minute and 23 seconds in the lead in this race at the moment. It's absolutely amazing driving by these guys. And in the GT4s, it's a 12, well, just ticked over to 13-second gap now from Talk Freak back to Scuderia Sim Racing. And fastest lap of the race, well, Rudolf Nagel is on fire now. He is really lighting up this timing screen. We're going to have to keep our eye on this, everybody, because he may be in an Alonso helmet, and we know that Fernando is an absolute inspiration to a lot of drivers out there. You can see the car in front. That is the overall race leader. Providing that he doesn't push it too hard or make a mistake here, Hasse, we are on for a really good finale.
Rudolf Nagel looks very inspired to me. Indeed, he's really on point.
Sorry, mate. Sorry, Michael Pedersen has been off track, and he's lost a lot of time to Boudewijn Kuster. Is he going to lose it at Indy turning in? We've seen a lot of guys do it. Yeah, he's gone in hot. He's gone in hot, lost quite a bit of time. Is it going to try and over-rotate? No, he just needs to be careful. But look, there's the gap. Boudewijn Kuster is now right behind. So we've got two fantastic battles for class leads going on here. We'll stick with these guys because they're a bit closer at the moment. I'm going to keep my eye on the other battles as well going on in their classes. Oh, they're actually both pitting now. Interesting.
So that's, for once, I'm right about something I called early on. Remember, as I said early on, that I was expecting the Porsche Cup cars to come in with around 20 minutes to go, and that's exactly what's happening now at the very same time. And I think none of these teams have used their fast repairs yet, to my best knowledge. Of course, that's not something I can be certain of before they stop and we see any damage pop out.
or not, thanks Bridge.
Thanks Rolex. We just see Rolex. And that's how it is.
I want clap emojis in chat, by the way. Hasse got something right. Listen to him. This is not going to be a long pit stop. They are ready to fire it up. They're going to be watching each other. Who is going to get the jump first? Oh, it's not too much of a difference.
No, it really isn't. They're burning fuel while they're fueling.
Yeah, that point 1 of a gallon. You go, Michael. You burn that fuel, mate. Oh, we've got Marvin is off. He's off at that's Mulsanne. What's happened, Marvin? What have you done? He did say earlier in the chat they need a new car number. Oh, it's just on the brakes. It's so slowly gone around. They're the most frustrating ones as well. And it just slides away from you. Jarno de Hout is not in this battle. It's Dries Robart and Gregory Franks. Gregory Franks, he is still putting the pressure on the Vapor Shop RDR car here. Still trying to get through. And still not succeeding, unfortunately. However, Oh, we've got Jarno de Houw. There you go. There's some news. Jarno de Houw in the pit lane. Whether Dries Roha and Gregory Vranckx do the same, we'll have to see. We'll watch them now, just going around the Porsche curves. Beautiful, beautiful part of the track. So demanding and so difficult. It's always been the thorn in my side about driving around it. Look at Gregory, though, round there. Closes up so much ground. And I don't know whether both of these will pit at the same time, but like you saw before, or like you were saying, Hasse, one lap round here makes such a difference on fuel that we won't really see much variation. Do they both go over? Oh, no. No! I eat my words. I got it wrong. You get it always right now, and I always get it wrong. So Gregory goes in the pits. It'll be interesting to see what he can do on the way out, and whether Dries Roha actually has to come in at all, to be honest, because sometimes you never know, he might not have to. Here's the battle for the leading class then. Here is Michael Pedersen, and there is Boudewijn Kuster. So Boudewijn really wants to make it 100% for these guys. Look at that, the brakes! Oh, and he's hit him! And he's round! But he's going to get a slowdown for the chicane. He says that's for earlier. And what does he lose out from that? Even though you don't hit the bollards, he still goes between them, and I love that, because that's what I do. He's...
Chaz, he might just get a drive-through penalty for that one, I'm afraid. Because he massively overshoots it on braking, and I'm not really sure that was that. The contact was light indeed. If it wasn't netcode from the distance of the chopper, it's a bit hard to see. But nevertheless, it's more than enough to unsettle the 26 car of Michael Pedersen. And that is not the end we wanted to see to that battle, because it's been so great for so long here at the very end of the race. Although it could still come alive.
Such a shame to see. Chaz. No, it's all right. It's me talking over people. It's what I'm good at. It's such a shame to see it come that way, but you know, it's racing. It can happen a lot. And there's the 15 of Pim Bao with Ruben van Buell now in the Pro Assist Sim Racing car. So they've actually had a driver change in that pit stop, which is interesting. Whether Gregory Vranckx wasn't able to finish the race or not, I'm not sure. However, Jeremy Hessels is now behind these guys as well, so interesting to see that they've lost so much from that, because Dries Roha is now nearly a minute up the road, so very interesting. That's
the question is, has Dries maybe not had that final pit stop yet?
No, he went straight on, remember? The
yeah, that's exactly it. So
Thomas, by the way, said you need to fill out the lottery numbers. Oh, interesting. I think Boudewijn's let him go.
Yeah, I think that's the right call as well for that situation. He's waited up and he's let him...
Oh, that's nice. That's lovely, that is. That's really,
very
really
nice.
Yeah, clap emojis in chat, please, everyone. And while you're there, don't forget to like the video. Honestly, though, that is lovely. Like, in such a big race as well. And he gets straight on with racing him, which is great. But, I mean, they're still a tenth of a second apart now. But that was amazing. Really, really nice stuff. To be honest with you, I think that there's not really much of a better thing you can do than that.
No, I really agree, Chaz. And that's one of the great things that I feel you get when you have these series of racing where people race each other week after week after week. And Tom van Putt and the 71 Graphite racing car just over-rotates straight into the soft area there.
Guess what?
It caused too much damage from the constant time.
Guess what, Hasse? Guess what? It's an angry Rudolf Nagel. It's Rudolf the Red-Nosed Racing Driver, and he is all over the back of Koen Klopman. And I tell you what, we've only got 13 and a bit minutes to go. This is... I don't even know. This is going to be absolutely amazing. Down to the wire. Again, though, you were going to say the Porsche's been as quick as them, weren't you? It's going to be a nightmare on traffic. That's two class leaders in one go there. Horrendous. This is still going on. I don't know where to look.
Motorsports fourth in class. That was absolutely insane here for the lead. That's Bingo by Syntac taking it. And it's on the way to the first Mulsanne chicane, I believe.
The gap's huge. The gap is a lot bigger than I expected by the end of the straight there. That was quite odd. I hope that Pedersen isn't down on speed or anything here. We'll have a little look. Let's just get the dashboard up as well. Don't forget these things are doing 265 earlier. Well on his way to that. Sorry, 280. It was the Radicals that were doing 265, wasn't it?
Yeah, I believe these were doing quite a bit more than that.
Yeah, he's on his way there, isn't he?
Well, in the slipstream, he's still able to get up the top speed. These cars are doing closer to GTE speeds when in the slipstream.
Yeah.
That's absolutely insane. And of course, that also explains why it's so easy to get the braking wrong, because you have to be braking pretty early in the Cup cars compared to basically everything else you'd be driving around here. And this is one of the tracks that just seem to be forged in to such a degree with the cars and classes that are driven here with the prototypes and the GTE cars, that most drivers are really accustomed to that combination. And when getting into something that's so radically different, I'm sorry, that was bad. It's just, it can catch you off guard.
And here is the change for the lead. And through goes the Sim RC Club Sport car into the lead. And well, it's finally changed over. I mean, just over 10 minutes to go. And I didn't expect it to happen that quickly. Apparently, I've heard as well that Boudouin Kuster had a slowdown, but I don't think he would have been that close to the back of him. Whether that was just chance that he was that close to the back of him afterwards or not, I'm not sure. But look at this. Oh, Kuster lights it up. And so does Pedersen as well. This is such great racing, guys. Please keep it clean. For the love of God, please keep it clean. Rudolph, the yellow-nosed radical, apparently. According to Belgian Magic, I like that. And Marvin Julian Mamance as well, and Dries Rohart are together, but I'm sorry, they're splitting the TCR. He's probably thinking, leave me alone, guys, please. I've not done anything. The side-by-side into
see it again. No, not another instance of the Mika pass there, but the idea was there for Michael Pedersen to try to use the traffic to get around. Well defended so far from Boudouin Kuster, who has shown already earlier in this race that he probably is the fastest driver in the Cup car. But Michael Pedersen is certainly not giving up without a fight. And it's been amazing to watch. First of all, the fighting, the racing between these two drivers, but also such a gentlemanly fashion of doing so that's been making it all better there. It was huge step out there for Michael Pedersen that he controls. Never so lovely.
It was just so out of shape. So out of shape all the way through the Ford chicane there. Every single movement he made, the car was out of shape. Here's Marvin Julian Mamance. Oh, look, teammates, Hasse. Teammates, 12 and 13, as they go into Mulsanne. Now, Marvin just cannot make that work. And at the front, Cohen Klopman is back in front now of Rudolf Nagel. And I don't see this ending now until the end of the race. Rudolf seems to have something in the corners. Cohen says, I don't want to be defended into here, mate. Rudolph hangs it round the outside. Really good stuff. They've got the TCR.
Oh, there's a TCR the way he's going to get it
that's
there.
Absolutely special stuff from Rudolf Nagel.
Amazing.
What commitment. Amazing.
I'm shaking my head in disbelief on that one. That's utter and total commitment. Rudolf Nagel. He's so far off, and he doesn't even get an off-track out there, but he's so far off to the left. Mind you, the grip levels out there are very low indeed. Keeping the car under control isn't going to be easy. Oh, there's a look from the Simtech car as well. Oh, this is a gift. And, Chaz, I'm going to call it a Chaz-ism from you to say that basically the race ends when the race ends.
Oh, definitely.
Pretty much. This race is going to keep on till it ends.
Yeah, definitely. When that timer runs out and there's no more time left.
I'm very, very much on point with in your boat, so to say, with on that. It's been amazing, and the racing here has been, dare I say this, Chaz, that it's been even better than the previous two rounds we've had. This has just been...
Yeah, I'd say so.
10 above.
Yeah, definitely, I agree on that. And Jack Werrell has also pointed out something else, that the P12 and P13 cars are numbers 12 and 13 that we mentioned earlier. So, yeah, that's a nice little fact. Thank you, Jack. I love stuff like that. Here's the battle between Marvin and Dries. He's still pushing him. Go on, flash the lights, do it. He's saying, get out of the way. And it's worked. He's actually gone, yeah, all right, go on then. Off you go.
Is that a slowdown for the 12 car there, I think it is? Because he slowed down considerably. That looks like a slowdown to me.
See if... Oh, we can't see it far enough. I was going to say, I wanted to have a look back at the Ford chicane, see if he did. It probably is a slowdown, to be fair. I don't see why he would let him pass that easily. But even still, amazing racing. just an update, everyone, in the GT4s. We still have Tim Clayson's leading the way. He is 12.9 seconds ahead of Jerome Vatlet. And Bram Van Putten leading the TCR class 1.5 minutes ahead of Janos Scheiner. Absolute dominance once again. Battle for the lead of the race, still together into the second chicane. It's just, honestly, hold on to your hats, everyone. We've got 7 minutes to go. And Anton Dupont says, my heart stopped beating for 2 seconds. I'm not surprised, mate. Mine stopped beating after about 10 minutes. It's just, honestly, I've not been able to breathe.
Come right back. That move from Rudolf Nagel as you cut to this fight, Chaz, that coming in around the outside into the chicane, that was just another piece of total commitment that we rarely see end so well in sim racing. And it just goes to show that for this to work and for the drivers to be able to actually pull off this, you need to be amongst the absolute top, the very, very best of drivers around that are doing this on this planet. And I mean this seriously. These drivers are absolute top level, and they just keep trading positions. And we've got what, 4.5, 6.5 minutes. I can't even count anymore. It's
love it, absolutely love it. Honestly, my brain's gone to mush, and it sounds like yours does as well, mate. This is absolutely
the same
incredible.
feeling here.
Oh, Keanu Zonta, apparently, is the name that Hendrik de Groot's given him. Now that, to be fair, mate, that is top banter. Don't forget, everybody, please do like the video and subscribe to Sim Racers World. Hasse and I are going to be laughing at pretty much every race we ever do, and there's going to be a lot of it. 183 people watching, 32 likes. We can do better than that. Rudolf Nagel, though, look at the defensive drive. Look at that change of direction there. The car just settled straight away when he flicked it one way, then the other. And he has got this... I dare say he's got this wrapped up. As he heck, it's Cone Klopman all over the back of him, really flying. And such great commitment from both of these guys. The gap in the lead for the Porsche class has opened up a bit now. It's 1.1 seconds. So Boudouin Kuster holding on to that one. A little bit further down, though, Dries Rohart hasn't lost the attentions. Hasn't actually lost Marvin. Marvin's actually ahead of him now. After that, it must have been a slowdown at the final corner.
Yes, it's now within a second, between Kuster and Michael Pedersen still, so that still could go more than one way here.
It's dropping down a bit. Let's have a look.
Yeah, it is. Oh, that might just be coming through here. Still a bit too far back to make any real kind of attempts, but it's not gonna take much for him to be within striking distance.
You say that, Boudouin did it a few laps ago from there.
Yeah, but I think
was
that
at the other end of the straight.
the question being whether he planned that move or not, and
That's true.
My doubts on whether it was the first of the two, going more towards the second one here as they go through the second Mulsanne chicane. The very limit. Look at that. A bit of a swarm there in the car of Michael Pedersen. Allied Racing has certainly picked up the game here today. They have brought it all the way to bin gold by SimTech EMG, who's been dominant for the opening 2 rounds. They have been great here today as well. But dominant, well, that would require you to be far ahead of second place.
Yeah,
and that's not exactly the situation. Less than 5 minutes, actually just under 4 minutes to go now.
That's 2 laps.
Somehow
It's a lap as well if you're in the radicals even. I just want to, I know something that may not come to the attention of everybody, Hasse, but just for our entertainment, if you look at your event viewer in the bottom right of your software right now, it is literally just Rudolf Nagel and Cone Klopman swapping places for the last 10, 15 little notifications that we've got. Because these guys just not stopping. They're absolutely going for it. So, we've got 3.5 minutes to go. A lap in these cars is 3 minutes 46. That means that we have one more lap after this one. And the question will be, do they have the fuel? And I think, yes, they do have the fuel. But it's going to be close to when it does tick over to the next lap. So I'm not 100% sure that everyone in this race will have accounted for that so far. So we'll have to see. This is getting ever closer as well. Boudouin Kuster and Michael Pedersen. Nesterovic Racing says, good commentary vibe. Thank you very much, mate. We really do hope you enjoy the commentary as well. We do honestly have such a good laugh, and what we are doing and the banter we're having. Oh, he clips the wall.
Did he clip the wall there? That
Yeah.
could have damaged the car a little bit. I've tried that at least the tiniest of touches. I wasn't in the Porsche Cup car, but in the wrong place to the suspension, it could bend it. Although I would be greatly surprised if that's the outcome. It was a very, very light brush of the wall indeed.
He's got away with it there, I think. What I was going to say, though, everyone is genuinely, this is genuinely me and Hasse having a real laugh at doing this. We are trying to do it as professionally as possible, and we do hope that you know that, but we are genuinely enjoying this. None of what we do is put on. It is a real joy to commentate together, I must say. Are these two ever going to be separated? It's like they're trying to make a Porsche Panamera, aren't they?
They are indeed.
Side by
I
side.
don't think. I don't like. Oh, man's gonna go around the outside and get it done, but he's gonna keep it on the exit. No, he's not, and the paper car's gonna get right back. Look at the squeeze there, the Rosberg squeeze. Or maybe that's the less respectful version of the same squeeze where you don't stop squeezing until the other cars are on the grass. Still side by side as they power their way down towards Indianapolis. And there's a TCR ahead.
Oh no, it's Zonta.
That could spell two things: trouble or opportunity there. But that's Amans who's gonna take the long way around in the first part of Indy and seal the deal through the second now down towards Anashi and two on the inside.
You know what, as well? It is actually Keanu Bourguignon that. Whoa, it lights up the race. It is actually Keanu Bourguignon who had one of the cars go either side of him a moment ago when the radicals came through. Luckily, he doesn't have such treatment this time. He's another one of these TCRs just thinking, oh, boys, just leave me alone. Paul Geiris has just had an issue here. Thank you as well, Menno, honestly. And Jordan as well. Much appreciated. Oh, Paul, no. That's a big one. It's ironic through the Porsche curves, isn't it, really, to plough it in the wall there. Robin van Gogh has also had an issue. What's happened to him?
Ja, det er ikke rigtigt. Michael er dansker. Jeg sagde det jo. I'm sorry, but I'm just having a comment in Danish, so I felt like I could answer. But now we have it confirmed. Danish Dynamite by Michael Pedersen, and I will not be cheering, of course. But just to return on what you said before, Chaz, I am also duly enjoying myself, and I wouldn't be able to put this on for anyone if I'm not enjoying myself while commentating. You viewers would know, because it would be a dull affair, and it often sometimes becomes. But it's really always a pleasure with you, Chaz. And when the racing is this good, it's hard not to enjoy yourself, I think.
Oh, definitely. And this is the battle for the Porsche class lead, and these guys have another lap after this one. So I tell you what, this is it's going to be like the never-ending race for either of these guys. Pedersen's thinking, "Oh, just let me through and let me go away with it. Let us get a win. You've already had two." Bedouin Kuster's thinking, not on your life. He's like, just leave me alone. Let me dominate this championship. Oh, it's got 2020. He's not going to go completely off. He manages to send it back on the inside.
He keeps it in, and he makes the pass stick. Oh, that's going to be the squeeze on the outside. No, he doesn't.
Oh my God, this is unbelievable racing from these pair. What are they doing? This is absolutely incredible stuff. Like, I have seen some close racing around here. I mean, you yourself, Hasse, you would know the amazing battle that happened between Flemish and Team Simpact in the 2.4 hours of Le Mans. This is on another scale, and this is the battle for the overall race lead. They're side by side as well, coming towards Indy. Give us a break.
Are they playing some kind of arcade game all of a sudden where everything is possible? These so many drivers just showing exceptional car control. Look at this. How did they not touch? How did they not wreck? This is amazing to see, and chances are taken.
This is the last few corners of the race.
Again. And it's been for 3 hours, and they just keep on pulling it off. Of course, we've seen a bit of incidents here and there, but it's been so respectful. And it's been some of the best, I really honestly mean some of the best racing I have ever seen. It's been so good indeed.
Oh, Rudolph, don't do that.
Nagel, I'm just gonna say it because Chaz, I don't even think we realize it, but that might be it for the race win. I don't think there's gonna be another lap, is there? Or are they coming on to the final lap?
This is it. This is gonna be the final lap.
So this is a thing for the race win around the outside into the Porsche curves.
I think he's done it. I think that's it. He just needs to get it right through the full chicane. What can he manage? Onto the brakes then one more time. Get them clap emojis ready, everyone, because I still don't know who's going to win. Rudolf Nagel gets it turned in. Onto the brakes one more time. He has a look. Does Koen Klopman, but it's going to be Rudolf Nagel. Takes round 3 of the virtual Belcar eSeries. What an amazing race between those two radicals. Oh my, I'm sweating buckets, everybody. That was absolutely one of the greatest races for an overall win I've ever seen. Massive congratulations to Sim RC Club Sport. And this is the battle in the Porsches. It's actually dropped. Michael Pedersen's dropped quite a bit there, unfortunately.
What happened?
We'll have to have a check. Let's just see where are the rest of the guys that are leading their classes. Looks like, no, the next one to cross the line is going to be... it's going to be the GT4 car, Tim Claeson's. But we can breathe for a minute, everybody. Honestly, that was absolutely incredible racing there between these guys.
Now I'm thinking whether the question when it could be a matter of fuel for Allied Racing.
Yeah, that's actually a good shout.
Because they were a little bit quicker on that final pit stop. Those cars came in neck and neck, and they've been on completely, what's called their strategies have been the same.
Identical. There you go.
And it's like I'm just wondering whether they just know. Oh, god damn it! Because if you look at it, it looks like it's not like they're losing pace in the corners, so it seems like they're bleeding time in the straights.
Yeah, they are. They're just taking it easy, aren't they? I don't think they expected to go for an entire extra lap, especially not the Allied car. Pretty crazy, really, to think that it can come down to this. So we'll have to see whether it makes a difference. I've just had a telling off for all the banging and the clapping. I won't lie, I've been making a hell of a lot of noise. So apologies, everyone, if it did get a bit too animated. Here's Marvin Gilliam Amounts crosses the line, 13th overall, 5th in class. Not an ideal race for those guys. Another tough one for them. And Tim Claeson's comes round the final corner, everybody. And the Torque Freak Racing GT4 by Carrot Car takes another win in class. Brilliant stuff in the GT4 class. Doesn't even flash the lights over the line. But still, very, very controlled performance by those guys. Only just beating your own Vatlet and the Scuderia Sim Racing team. That's out of fuel, isn't it?
Could be close to...
yeah, I think it was. Only just getting it across the line then in the end. And Budwin Kuster, well, he has a gap of 4.9 seconds over Michael Pedersen now. I think that is going to be it for him. He's still chasing that radical down. Look at the size.
He knows now he can just hold off and just play it safe, cruise home, take the flag, and take the win for a 3rd consecutive race. This time, we just have to say kudos to Allied Racing Esports Belcar, the 26 machine that really took the fight to a team that's been dominant for the opening 2 rounds and very, very nearly succeeding. And what amazing action we've been served with in the process.
It's been
absolutely amazing.
It's been a real treat, hasn't it? Really has. And through the final couple of corners then, bingo by Simtag EMG, previously EMG Motorsports in this series, takes another win in the Porsche Cup class. Fantastic drive, brilliant stuff to watch from Budwin Kuster. 2nd place just behind them there, Michael Pedersen for Allied Racing Esports Belcar, and those guys have been a real joy to watch as well. Jarno de Houw is in 3rd place in that class, and we're just going to look back as Bram van Putten. We don't see much of him, but honestly, he has been absolutely untouchable, and same with Ben Thanes as well. Those guys won their class actually by almost 2 minutes in the end. It's just an absolutely unthinkable gap. Smashes the handbrake, floors the fronts. Amazing, absolutely amazing. And to be honest, everybody, if we can get another race like that ever again, I could commentate on that for 24 hours straight. That was absolutely awesome to watch. And your overall race winners, don't forget them, Rudolf Nagel Sim RC Club Sport. What an incredible, incredible result. So, we're just going to bring up... That's not the right class, is it, Chaz? We're going to bring up the results then, class by class. We'll go through them. Sim RC Club Sport take the race win. 4/10 of a second after 3 hours of racing from Simtag Racing there. Stasis finished third. They finally get that podium that they so hugely deserve after such a hard start to the season. Traxxas by JMV Services finishing fourth, ahead of De La Haye Racing Team by TX3. Real shame to see those guys drop off so much near the end. Fast Racing Team finished sixth, with Naviflex E-Racing by GHK Racing in seventh. GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing finishes in eighth, and then Dynamics Racing Optica finish in ninth position. And then Hasse, if you could take us through the fantastic and incredible Porsche Cup class, mate.
Oh, my pleasure, Chaz. Bingo by Simtag EMG takes that win, and in the end it's by 5.5 seconds, but it didn't look to be that way for so long. There was such a good battle between themselves and Allied Racing Esports Belcar, who finishes second in the end. JJ Motorsports come home to complete the podium after a very, very strong drive as well. The number 12 Vapor Shop RDR Motorsports car gets fourth, so a good result there as well. G-Drive, the 13 car, of course, the G-Drive Racing Xenia car in fifth. Red Ant Racing in sixth place. That I think is the best result in the series so far for them as well. G-Drive Racing Xenia, the 15 car, gets seventh, and Dynamics Racing Blue gets eighth. Sky Limit Race Team in ninth. Pro Assist Sim Racing gets 10th. Stage 1 Racing Belcar 11th. BMS Motorsports GT3 Cup Belcar, the 51 car, in 12th. And in 13th, rounding off the Cup car class, it's GHK E-Racing Cup by T2 Racing. Nice name as well.
Beautiful stuff. And then we move on to the GT4 class, everybody. Talk Creek Racing GT4 by Carrot take another win this season. They're on absolute form. Scuderia Sim Racing so close once again. Second place for those guys, with Heli ABK Racing in third place in the number 19 car. Then we have Edge Esports in fourth, Ola Lulu Racing in fifth, with Flemish Sim Sports GT4. Then it's Next Level Racing NL, 1 lap down, and Team JM HM Menton 5 laps down in the end there, unfortunately. And that leaves us with the TCRs.
Yeah, another brilliant and very, very dominant performance by G-Drive Racing Xenia TCR to take the win, a minute and a half up on Simtag Racing, the number 40 machine, with Flemish Simsport TCR in third, Dynamics Simulators Red in fourth place, BMS Motorsport fifth, Graphite Racing TCR in sixth, the Pro Oils Motorsport car in seventh place, and in eighth and last place in the TCR class, the BMS Motorsports 2 Belcar.
Beautiful stuff. So, we will now move on to one of our favourite bits of the broadcast, where we will interview some of the drivers. We're just going to chuck it back to a little bit earlier on in the event, and, well, we have someone that's, I'm sure he probably needs a shower, he needs to calm down, he needs to have a drink. I don't quite know what he'll need first out of those few, to be honest. Budrin Kuster joined us in the booth. Budrin, that was an incredibly lively race with the Allied guys. How are you feeling about getting the win there?
Yeah, hi guys, thanks. I'm extremely happy with this one because we had to give extremely everything we had, and yeah, we had some contact, but I think that's a part of racing.
Yeah, definitely.
And, a bit rough, and at the second chicane, at the long straight, I outbraked myself. I missed my braking point, and I had to dive on the inside. Although I didn't touch him, he spun, and I was only given a slowdown of 1.5 seconds. So yeah, I think you should deserve to win at all times if you're gonna win, and I didn't want to win this way. So I decided to give him back the spot and give it another go.
Yeah, well that was lovely to see. We did have a couple of different things, people thinking that you had a slowdown as well, but to see you give the position back as well with such a large gap was a lovely sportsmanship gesture, and to be honest, mate, you should be very proud of yourself for that. It went down very well here as well. It was great to see you guys having such a fantastic scrap for the lead, though. I mean, you guys at EMG have had not the easiest of seasons, but still getting the wins one after another so far must be quite enjoyable. But having a fight on track as well is just as fun, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, of course. And firstly, it was our plan to overtake them with our pit stop strategy, but I just wanted to overtake them on track because it's part of racing, and yeah, I'm a real driver, I think, and yeah, I want to do it on track. So I wanna get the confrontation going and yeah, see who's the best.
Well, it certainly showed that you guys had it in the bag today, mate. It was fantastic to see the battle out there, though. Very, very pleased for you. Just
Thanks a
before
lot.
we let you go, though, mate, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, I would like to thank my teammates Miguel from here on Sports and my teammate Tommy for his for all his effort. And beside that, we this week we started some new cooperations with different companies. Bingo, they are trying to actually we have a bet already, so our viewers are able to bet on their favorite team.
Oh,
And
brilliant.
yep, we want to thank Simtech for supplying us with the best materials possible, and Porsche Center Pal. So yeah, very happy and hope to see you guys at the next one.
Thank you very much for doing very well done on another
Thanks.
fantastic drive, and we'll speak to you soon.
Thank you guys. Have a nice day.
Cheers. You too, mate.
Bye bye.
Now, an amazing drive, an amazing battle between those guys, and in the end, we have to speak to the guys that almost took it away. And I must admit, I'm going to fangirl a little bit now, everybody, because I followed Cone Klopman on YouTube for quite a while, and now this is the first time I've ever managed to speak to him. So, Cone, brilliant to meet you, mate. Very well done. That was a really good fight, that, wasn't it?
Oh man, it was really difficult with the draft. It's amazing how the draft is on this track. It's like 2.5 seconds you need on the gap to stay out of the draft. It was an amazing race, but still a bit disappointed we didn't win.
And when you were sort of making moves on each other and using the traffic to your own advantages, what did you think of when you saw Rudolph go either side of the TCR car into the Porsche curves? Did you think that was going to be a big disaster, or did you sort of have the confidence that he'd get it done and you'd still be able to have a little bit of a scrap?
Well, it was a little bit of a brown pants moment. I think it's the with the blue wall, right? The corner, like the second Porsche curve, I should call it. Yeah. I went outside, wishing that the TCR like took some kind of a middle line, but of course these guys don't have the grip, so actually it was a bit of a stupid move. So I was gonna get run to the wall anyways. But yeah, luckily we both finished, so nothing special.
Still good points for your championship, though, and I mean, 2 wins and a second place. It doesn't get much better than that, especially when the only time you haven't won a race, you only lost out by 0.4 of a second. So you must be pretty pleased with how it's going so far.
Yes, yeah. Me, Fabrice, and Thomas, we all put huge effort into these races and into the setup. So it better show. If you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, very well done though, Cone. It was great to see. I just want to say as well, I'm a massive fan of all your work that you've ever done on YouTube as well. Followed you for a few years now, and it's great to see that your successes are coming in the racing as well, because you've got some damn good pace in that Radical, so hopefully we'll see the same next time round, mate.
I hope so. Thank you.
No problem. Oh, just before you go as well, actually, do you want to give a shout out to anyone?
I really want to thank my teammates for supporting, Fabrice for driving, of course, and yeah, that's it. And all the sponsors. I'm not gonna name them all, but they're on the car, so.
That's all they can have, stuff them.
Yeah.
Thanks very much, Cohen. Good to speak to you. Speak to you again soon.
Good. See ya.
And now I'm going to hand over to the wonderful Hasse Rømer, who is going to speak to someone who had a bit of a tough ride in that one. Marvin Julien Mamantz joins us from the G-Drive. Well, not from the G-Drive Porsche. I imagine he's probably not sat in it anymore. He's probably put it in the bin. But he joins us in the commentary box for another interview.
Good evening, guys. Yes, hello.
Hello, Marvin. Welcome to, and congrats on what was in the end a tumultuous race for you. And another one, could I add? It's been a bit of a theme for you so far this season. What were your thoughts on that coming into this race?
Well, it's a 3 in a row. The car number strikes again in lap 1. So yeah, it was unlucky. I lost it when I hit the grass at the outside of Mulsanne. So after a half round, we knew it's the same song again to have an overtaking race. And yeah, we decided to only change once the tires. So the first stint was around 45 minutes, I guess. We changed the tires, Steve got in, and then we're going to the finish with this set of tires. Well, we had it, but not longer.
That sounds like a tough one indeed. Also, from watching from the outside, we saw a couple of situations where it looked like the traffic between the Radicals and the Porsche Cup cars was quite difficult because the Porsche Cup cars had the upper hand on top speed, but the Radicals are so much faster in the corners. How did you experience that out there today?
Yeah, it's every single overtake there is difficult. Some moves you wouldn't make. So if you're accelerating out of the second chicane, so down to Milzan, you can overtake it, but he has a way later braking point than us. So then you can decide for, all right, I take this time off and lift, because if you pass him, you will make it difficult for both of you. So it was difficult for us to Mulsanne. The chicanes, that was not a problem.
Right. And last, Marvin, anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, shout out to the team, G-Drive Racing Eximia. We did a great job, I think. And a shout out to my teammate Steve. He had not a lot of practice, but he managed it well. So thanks. And you guys for broadcasting it again.
No
problem, Marvin. Thank you very much, mate. We really do enjoy it. So hopefully you enjoy watching it back, and hopefully we'll speak to you again soon.
Yes, we'll see you the next race.
Yes, mate. See you there.
Have a nice evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Marvin Julian-Mamat's such a lovely guy as well. Such a fierce racer as well. So it's another one of those typical sort of race driver things where they're such lovely people, but put them in a race car, they're just animals, aren't they? It's a great transition. We have someone that's just literally jumped into the Discord server to chat to us. Patrick Young joins us from the SimRC Club Sport mob, I believe. A race win, Patrick. You guys must be absolutely elated with that.
Well, I awakened my son, who was falling asleep at this time, so yes, I was shouting a lot.
To be fair, mate, I think I've just done the same as well, banging on the desk, getting really excited with this amazing battle that you guys have had going on. To finally be the first team to really take it to the SimTag Racing guides in such a great, sort of close fashion, it must have been really enjoyable, especially sort of, obviously not having the stress of you being in the car at the time, but still, I know it's nail-biting stuff when it's your teammate going for it, isn't it?
It was all on him. Today was all on him. I only managed to stay in draft for the most part with Fabrice. That was my only job today. The rest was all on him. He did an amazing job today. Well,
at the same time, then, mate, it's all a team effort, so fair play to both of you because it was a brilliant overall team effort, and we're very pleased for you. Going to the next round of the championship, those 6 hours rather than 3, do you reckon that's going to make much difference to your approach to it, or is it going to be the same again where you just have to be completely flat out in these radicals?
We know Daytona from other series, and I think it's not much a big difference in terms of going on the race, but of course the length is doubled, so need a little bit more focus over time.
Yeah, I reckon you boys will be absolutely fine with that, though it seemed like the car was on rails for most of it. When it comes to looking at this as an overall championship rather than just these sort of one-off events, do you think that you could be in the title hunt come the end if you get some good results in the next few?
If the results are there, yes, of course. I think so, yes. I want to be polite here, but to be honest, we wouldn't be mad if it's only P2, because it was still an awesome result for the first season, and against these caliber of drivers like Cohen, like Fabrice. Fabrice was so much faster than me. I only could keep up because of little mistakes and draft. Yeah, of course when we take another win, we take it. When we come closer to Simtech, of course we take it, and if it's a win, of course we take it. But P2 is also a good result.
Fair play. Well, you've got the win, mate, so I'll let you go and enjoy the moment. Just before we let you go, though, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, of course, our sponsors, Asha Racing and ATVO. And of course, the whole Simracersworld squad watching. And again, Rudi, my teammate for today, did an amazing job with setup, with quali, with race pace. Thank you so much.
Not a problem. Thank you for your time. Speak to you again. And that leaves us then with one more very, very quick interview. We will have to just very quickly fly through this one, though. Ben Thanes joins us in the box. Ben, another amazing drive for you guys in G-Drive, and it looked like just driving around France for a few hours, really. How did it feel?
Yeah, indeed. Bram had a great pace on this circuit. And yeah, in the first lap, we were a bit lucky because the three guys behind us, they were battling fiercely. So we could pull a gap and even save some fuel. So yeah, in the end, it was not an easy race, but it was not very stressful. So we could could watch our incidents and have a great race through all.
Well, what was it like with obviously it's a very, very different place to Zolder, where when there's traffic coming past you, there's very little margin for error. There's not really many places to get out of the way. Was that a blessing in disguise here at Le Mans, or was it still difficult to keep an eye on all the traffic around you?
Well, I think my heart rate at Zolder is a bit higher compared to driving at Le Mans. So yeah, it was better than at Zolder. Yeah.
Smashing. Well, we do have to hurry you along, mate, I'm afraid. But just before we let you go, is there anybody I'll get my words out one day that you'd like to give a shout out to, mate?
Yeah, well, the guys at G-Drive Racing, and maybe a mention for my wife this time, because we came back early from a family weekend, so I could drive.
Fair play.
So this one's for her.
Brilliant. Well, very well done, Ben, and I'm sure we'll speak to you as the season goes on.
Yeah. Thanks, man. Thanks,
Cheers.
guys. Bye.
Thank you. And to be fair, we couldn't do these interviews without at least interviewing the winner in class in GT4, Talk Freak Racing GT4's Tim Clayson's joins us. Tim, another win, mate, and it nearly didn't happen with those pesky Scuderia boys, but still a great race from you guys all the same.
Hi, good evening, guys. Yeah, thanks. This was a really hard-fought win. Well, it's the nature of the track, of course. You'll have draft, you'll have trains. It's difficult to get rid of your competitors. So the first stint, it was just absolutely perfect, lap after lap, just to stay in front of Jeroen, of the Scuderia car, and make a little bit of a gap. And I think it took me 45 minutes to actually do it before it worked out. It was a really hard fought.
Well, that's sometimes they're the better races, aren't they? Because when you have these races where you're out in front for the whole thing, the time goes by really, really slowly, and it can be very easy to lose your focus, can't it, in those moments? Whereas if you're in a battle with somebody for a lot of the time, it keeps you focused on making sure that your pace is absolutely bang on, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I didn't allow myself to make a mistake, even though it still happened, of course. You can't drive just perfect every lap. But it kept me on my toes and kept me honest throughout that first stint. And the second stint as well. My teammate had a little bit of a misfortunate outlap on his stint, so he fell back when I got back in the car, which also meant I was behind cars that hadn't pitted yet. So it definitely made my last stint very interesting. Yeah. First of all, to get past them, and then to keep in the lead as well, and keep that gap again to Scuderia.
Yeah, we were saying actually, when you did come up sort of across that train of cars that all hadn't pitted yet, you really had to just get on with it and overtake them, and you did it so well. You just flew through the traffic, and it was great to watch. As we go to Daytona, obviously there may be more of a need to do that again, with more traffic just in front. Do you reckon that you guys are going to do all right there?
I think this track probably proved we have a pretty good baseline for a low or rather no downforce track. So I think setup-wise, the car is pretty much good to go and get out of the gates well. But we'll have to see. It's a little bit of a different track because it's basically just 2 hairpins and the bus stop. But overall, I think the car will probably just work just fine, and we'll get on with it quite well.
Fantastic. Well, very well done again, Tim. Just before we let you go, mate, is there anybody you would like to give a shout out to on stream?
Yeah, my teammate Bram, he did a great job again, helped us out throughout the week, just getting the car on pace. And of course our sponsor, Carrot Powertrain Solutions, for tuning that came in to its maximum for the straights here.
Awesome. Well, again, very well done, Tim. Very pleased for you. And hopefully we will speak to you at the next one.
All right. Thanks, guys. Have a good night. And hopefully, talk to you in 2 weeks again.
Yeah, shall do, mate. Cheers. Thank you.
See ya.
Well, Hasse, another fantastic race behind us, mate. And, well, we were really, really treated there, weren't we? That was... I'm boiling hot. I need a beer. I need a shower. I'm sure you need about 9 more coffees, as you probably usually do. But, what a brilliant event that was.
Yeah, that was absolutely fantastic, and that's we just, I think, by now have to come to expect these races. That quality of action is just so high, and yeah, it's been another 3 hours that's flown by in the blink of an eye, and yet at the same time, it feels like you could hardly fit all this action into 24 hours of racing, and even if it had been 24 hours of racing, it still, felt like it would have been a good.
Definitely. Yeah. I think we would have seen that. If these boys were allowed to carry on for 24 hours, I think it would have been all the way through that, and it wouldn't have calmed down at all. And that's what's so exciting about the fact that we have a 24 hours of Zolder at the end of the season. Don't forget, everybody, we have 6 hours of Daytona in 2 weeks' time, and then in October, end of October, on Halloween as well, we have an amazingly complex and chaotic, I'm sure, 24 hours of Zolder. It's going to be incredible. So, thank you very much to Hasse as well. Always a joy to work with you, mate. Thank you to everyone for watching, everyone that's liked the video, that's subscribed to Simracers World. We've passed 800 subscribers now, and we can't tell you how grateful we are for that. Hasse and I will be back then in 2 weeks' time with the brilliant Jack Werrell as well. The Dream Team trio is going to be together for the first ever stream we've actually all done as a trio, and I, for one, cannot wait. So hopefully we will see you there. Thanks for all of your time, everybody. Have a fantastic evening.